therefore recall Travis Head. Josh Inglis is back, and Adam Zampa, who was so badly missed up at Durham. But it'll be Mitchell Starc, who's often bowled so well from the pavilion end to utilise the slope. He's going to get things underway. Bowling to Phil Salt. Bit of movement there. Good afternoon, Ricky. How are you?
Good afternoon, Nath. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm well, thank you. Slightly frustrated in the way things have sort of panned out a little bit this morning with the weather coming in and interfering again. Looking forward to this contest, though. Slightly shortened game, down to 39 overs a side, as you said. Alex Carey keeps his place in this Australian team. Inglis comes back in, is behind the stumps. Carey having batted so well for his 2 innings in the tournament so far, 74 and 77 from his 2 times at bat, and just gives those Australians just that left-handed option, through that middle order.
Yeah, and England unchanged from the team that won up at Durham, so that means Jofra Archer playing back-to-back games. Days in Ben Duckett's ODI career, just 15 matches, but pretty successful record so far up against a bowler who's got a very good record here at Lord's. Mitchell Starc likes bowling here. Those are the teams in front of us today. .40 overs game. Did you ever? I know you played a bit of county cricket. Did you ever play 40 over cricket?
I actually don't know. I don't think so. It was the Pro 40, wasn't it? That's what it was called. I don't think I did play any of those games.
It was a period 2010 to 14 where we only played, well, as well as the Blast, the 20 over competition, we played 40 over cricket. So no 50 over cricket at all in that period. Not that it seemed to prevent some of England's golden generation from becoming top quality white ball cricketers.
Well, that's the type of delivery that Ben Duckett will be setting up for. That really full straight delivery that Starc bowls with a brand new ball. She had him dismissed in Durham with a similar type of delivery that just shaped away a little bit late. Very similar to that one, actually. And he tried to work that wide of mid-on, got a thick outside edge and was caught at backward point by Glenn Maxwell. He's patrolling that exact region again today.
No run!
Unusual position for that man on screen, normally wearing the gloves. Has played a few other games, different tournaments around the world where he hasn't been a keeper. Solid in the field, as you'd expect. Hasn't got the strongest of throwing arms, being a wicket keeper, but very safe hands. Interesting to see him in that position. It's one of the hot spots for Ben Duckett. Square the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, you say that. I mean, I'm thinking of a couple of England wicketkeeper batters who are brilliant in the field. So Bairstow, for example, wonderful outfielder, and Phil Salt, an excellent outfielder. But I can think of a few in the past. Jack Russell springs to mind, who might have struggled without the gloves on. Hope he's not listening. Good afternoon, Jack, if you are. Ooh, a good one to finish from Mitchell Starc, who concedes just one from his first over.
Yeah, that's the little bit of shape and goes a bit further down the slope. It's a really good line, pitching on sort of middle and off, and seamed away more than anything. Not a lot of bounce. You don't really associate big bounce with Mitchell Starc. He's got that slingy type action, more of a swing bowler. These are the type of conditions that Hazlewood should love and relish. Saying that, the sun's probably coming through now more than it has for the whole afternoon. You'd say this would be a regulation ODI field for the Australians. 2 slips waiting, regulation third man. Fine leg maybe a little bit on the square side that you tend to see here a lot at Lords with the shorter square boundaries.
If he had the choice, which end do you think Hazlewood would choose?
I was only thinking about that when I saw Mitchell Starc running for the first over. I think he would choose the pavilion end.
Thank you.
Ben McGrath chose that end. Flintoff probably bowled most from that end. Broad, I reckon, bowled most from that particular end. They like using the slope back into the right-handers, don't they? But it was actually the deliveries to Salt from Hazlewood that went away from him, that brought him undone, that have brought him undone. Trying to force the ball square of the wicket with that extra bounce and a bit of movement away.
Like that.
Maybe a fraction of swing as well from Hazlewood. You don't really associate swing with him. Mitchell Starc, you do. Very much a swing bowler. Hazlewood, very much a seamer. Interesting so far. There doesn't seem to be a lot of carry in the wicket. Mitchell Starc sort of got it dying through to the keeper in the first over, and that one's very much the same. A half volley to Inglis.
I've seen that somewhere before. Phil Salt swishing and missing to Hazlewood outside the off stump.
Just looking at that now, I know I'm just saying then there's not a lot of bounce in the surface, but the way that he flashes at the ball outside off stump, they might think about the man up on the top left of screen there, like Adam Zampa, maybe just fining up a little bit with this new ball. Almost become a catching opportunity as well, rather than just back there saving a boundary.
Well, he's missing these by a fair distance, it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be his great challenge, isn't it, Phil Salt? When the ball does move early on, I think, talking before, I think the last 14 times in ODI cricket, he's actually been dismissed in the power play. Because he stays so leg side of the ball, just needs the ball to do something either way. Go away and catch the outside edge, or because he presents a big gap between bat and pad, you feel you could sneak one back through the gate to him as well.
Extra catcher comes into gully. That's the challenge, isn't it, for Salt? He has a particular role to play, which is to try and take advantage of the power play, get England off to a flyer, but this is a test match attack. Hazlewood Starc on a damp September afternoon, and it ain't going to be straightforward. Maiden over for Josh Hazlewood, 1 for none.
It's an outstanding start from Hazlewood. Said he'd enjoy these conditions. He's just executed an almost perfect first over. Some movement on offer, both in the air and off the seam.
Ooh, now. It was a drop, but a very firmly hit drive from Duckett, one of those that can stick but didn't.
Yeah, good reaction actually from Mitchell Starc. That was hit back very firmly. Probably one you're not really expecting for Duckett either. That's not his strength. He's driving the ball back hard down the ground. Saw Australia then just moving their mid on a little bit wider, trying to force Duckett to hit the ball straight of that man at mid on.
Wait there!
Excellent from Starc.
Well, this is the second time we've seen Mitchell Starc just go past the outside edge of Ben Duckett. Not much you can do about it as a batsman. Played the line, he held his line, more importantly, didn't follow it late. Terrific record here at Lord's, Mitchell Starc. Averaging just 10 runs per wicket.
As Duckett slashes, Zampa is quite wide. We mentioned that Josh Hazlewood, maybe given the choice, would choose the pavilion end, but it's quite hard to dislodge a man with a record such as Mitchell Starc has here at Lord's from the pavilion end. Memory of, was it the 2019 World Cup where he bowled a pinpoint Yorker to knock Ben Stokes' off stump out of the ground. Mitchell Starc. Nicely played. Six from Starc's over, 7 for none.
Talked about Hazlewood's start. 2 Phil sold in his first over. Have a look at the consistency here. Talk about the length. We talk about that 6 or 7 type metre length. That's what he's known for. That's why you'll see Phil Salt look to move around the crease. Trying to put him off that length. It's what you expect from your fast bowlers. That's why these guys are renowned as being some of the best and finest fast bowlers in the world. They never give you a sniff, and it's right from the first ball of their spell.
Also a perfect illustration of why he would be so exceptional from the other end as well. If you think down the years, the likes of McGrath that you mentioned and Pollock, Curtly Ambrose, exactly the same. Hammering away on the length off stump and then using that slope to their advantage.
Just a little bit towards you. That's your middle. Stand over the wicket to you.
So Phil Salt will be happy to be at the non-striker's end for a moment to get away from Hazelwood.
Perfect again from Hazelwood. See a lot of fast bowlers around the world, right armers in particular, maybe start around the wicket to duck it and try and angle the ball back into him. Hazelwood finds that harder than just this natural line that he gets across the left-hander. Nibbled back in a fraction, that little bit of extra bounce.
Even more in, I've slipped on that.
Lovely from Hazelwood. A bit of significant news actually from the Australian camp that Cameron Green, who's obviously not in the team today, has sustained a back injury, will play no further part in the ODI Tour of England. Scans in London overnight reveal the injury, although they don't say what the injury is. After Green reported soreness following the ODI at Durham, he's going to return home for further assessment. Not so significant as regards this ODI series, but it might be, Ricky, given that it's right at the start of a big summer for Australia. Pulled firmly by Duckett. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, great shot. Onto it nice and early. You don't see him use his short ball a lot, actually, in ODI cricket. Josh Hazelwood, like an attempted proper boundary bouncer. I don't think that was just a drag down off his length. It's an attempted bumper. Didn't quite get high enough. He's onto it very quickly. Gets it a long way out in front of his body. Gets it just behind square leg. Brings up his first boundary. Yeah, that could be significant. The thing that worries me about that, Ath, is it says as a result of scans. Normally scans, you're going to look at not always bone injury, but we know with Cameron Green, he has had stress fractures in his back in the past. Let's hope it's not that.
No run!
14 for none. Put in a shift up at Durham of short pitch bowling, didn't he? Which obviously takes a little bit more out of you.
Yep, absolutely. He was used for that role there. Probably 4 or 5 overs of it as well, it was. And was the two batsmen, Jackson and Harry Brook, who he was trying to get caught at deep square leg. So that's obviously what's led to that injury. Still have the option, obviously, of playing him as a batsman if it's not too bad. And even if it is a stress fracture, not saying it is, but let's hope it's not. But heard of batsmen are being able to get through before with a stress fracture in their lower back.
And he would be a first choice pick, thinking of the test match series coming up against India, 5 test match tour that India are taking in Australia. Green would be a first choice selection, one assumes, in that side. Good fielding, backward point, Maxwell.
Yeah, well, they played last summer with the 2 all-rounders in the side, actually, with Green and Mitchell Marsh both there. It meant that Steve Smith, when Green came into the side, Steve Smith moved up to open the batting. Been a bit of talk, actually, the last couple of weeks, if that's the spot that he should stay in, or should he move back to the number 4 spot in the test team. If Green doesn't play, that probably presents an opportunity for Smith to go back into that middle order.
Beaten again, not for the first time, outside the off stump. Salt stays very leg side of the ball, shows all his stumps, allows him that freedom through the offside, but also if the ball moves, presents challenges for him.
It's a very good replay front on that. His front foot is actually still outside the line of leg stump. Now, a lot of right-handers will do that for Mitchell Starc because they're worried about the ball shaping back in.
No, 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 no!
It was actually a shot like this, a ball like this, how he was dismissed in Durham, where he was just early on it, pushed it a long way out in front of his body, just in there, just tucked up. You see there, he's just actually holding that shot. He wants to get out at the ball. He's one of those players that likes to get it and hit the ball out in front of his body. And because of that open bat face sometimes, ends up getting a lot of balls on the outside half of the bat. Was that dismissal in Durham. Unusual looking stroke. Hard, simple catch for Matt Short. Square leg.
Caught the outside half
point.
of the bat.
Saying about the outside half of the bat. We'll say it again. You can just see there though how far out in front of his body he was playing that delivery.
There's that full-in swinger. Salt keeping his front pad out of the way because he stands so far outside leg stump.
Last one. Yeah, one.
Just a hint of shape. Australia need to make the most of this new ball. Getting the Tyson bowling in what they felt was favourable conditions. Yes, there's been some seed movement there, but if you look at the stats here, it's heavily weighted to the team that have batted first. The last 8 games, the team that have batted first have won 7 of those.
No!
17 for none. Also, if you look at Australia's lineup today in the absence of Green, there a seamer down, although I suppose Mitch Marsh could bowl, could he, to make those overs up?
I think he will, and he'll have to bowl, I think. I mean, that's the reason I think that Alex Carey has stayed in the side. Remembering they've got Aaron Hardy there as well that's missed out today. So even with Green not being there, they could have opted to go that way, but Carey's form with the bat has been so good, they've left him in the side.
Just a couple of key players in that last match, Zampa and Travis Head, who've become so fundamentally important to Australia's success in ODI cricket. Zampa down at third man.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they missed Zampa in Durham, did Australia. I've said for a while now that I actually feel he's Australia's most important white ball player. And that's one of the reasons there. When he plays, Australia wins 61% of the games. Without him, only 41%. But the other side of that as well is when he plays and doesn't take a wicket is also an interesting stat.
Flashed away fine. Ricky Bonting suggested Adam Zampa should go a bit finer in any case at third man, but I don't think he'd have got that anyway. Basically went over second slip's head.
And the main reason I said about him going finer as well, Ath, is that Hazlewood doesn't bowl many wide balls. The line is always sort of coming back in and quite tight to the batter, so you wouldn't think he's going to bowl a ball that's going to get slashed over backward point. It's going to be a thin edge like that one that flies down to that region at third man. Yeah, we showed those Adam Zampa stats, and I mentioned, so that's when he plays and when he doesn't play. But the other interesting stat is when the opposition team actually play him well. So when he plays, and he doesn't take a wicket. So the 20 times that he hasn't taken a wicket, Australia have only won 6 of those games and lost 14. Such a crucial cog in this bowling lineup. Not all about his wicket-taking ability. Ties down an end. He makes batsmen play big shots against him to pick up their boundaries.
Hey, no run.
Beardman down there, just keeping a very close eye on the game this time. Yes, initially from Salt, and then a no from Duckett. Probably a wise call of no. Got an evil stare, didn't he, from Marnus Labuschagne, did Marley Beardman, that last game, when he was just almost absent-mindedly wandering across the boundary edge and didn't realise that a catch was coming Labuschagne's way.
No idea what was going through the young man's mind there. I think Marnus let him know in no uncertain manner that he probably should have gotten out of the way a little bit quicker than he did.
And beaten outside the off stump again, probably for about, what, the 6th or 7th time. A shrug and a smile from Salt. England 23 for none.
ODI series, how many runs and how many score at Durham. Simply tweet selfie with your answer, stand, block, row and seat number using the hashtag ENGVAUS. And we'll be finding out who wins that later on. This confirmation once again the question on the big screen.
Steady start from England. It has done a little bit to quality bowlers, and England haven't quite been able to get after them, but they haven't lost any wickets. 23 for none. Stark to continue from that pavilion end. How do you think the openers have gone?
Hello, Nas. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I think they've gone well. A lot on offer for the Australian seamers so far, and given the quality that they are, Stark and Hazelwood, they haven't made inroads yet, I think is a huge positive for this England side.
Maybe high, straight enough. Height is an issue. Duckett not the tallest.
Looks very straight, very, very straight. Mitchell Marsh marching towards Stark, asking, was it in line? Yeah. Wants to have another look at it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked the both feeds, fair delivery. You can go to the front horn. Looks like ball is close to the bat. You can go to the ultra edge when it's ready. Flat line as the ball past the bat. No bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets umpire score. You can go to the on-field umpire. Joel. You can stay with your
Shake of the head from Mitchell Stark. He wanted that on-field umpire's decision. He didn't get it, and it saves Duckett.
Oh, he said it looks straight. Joel Wilson clearly had an element of doubt. Whether it was height, a couple of noises, Stark was sure. Australia wicketless so far. Big decision this, particularly early on. 2 brand new white balls in hand. Lose wickets in clusters. England at the Riverside were 2 down early.
Toe end of the bat, but away past wide mid-off.
Yeah, no timing here for Ben Duckett. Started the series really well. Looked in good form. Different challenge today, you feel.
Bottom hand just took over there and dragged it leg side. Even with the rain, the outfield reasonably quick. Duckett scampers back for 3.
Yeah, good work in the deep. Sean Abbott. Australia persisting with full length to Ben Duckett. Through the offside, the previous delivery. As you see the bottom hand coming through. Bat twisting in his hand, getting no timing. Picks up 3.
Misfield. Just bobbled in front of Maxwell at backward point.
I rarely see this from Glenn Maxwell. It's an infield, boundary riding, the best around. Possibly a touch of spin or just skids on. Straight through the extra bit of rain we've had over the last 48 hours here.
Leading edge, run out chance, misses. Duckett dives in, direct hit, he was in trouble. 33 for none.
Well, all happened. Chipped into the air, catch it was the shout. Duckett calls to run through. This would have been really close. Full on dive, direct hit. Imagine. Yeah, possibly out. On the line is out.
So nearly a catch, nearly a run out. Duckett survives. Australia desperate for wickets with these 2 new white balls. Pitch was covered, Lords can nip around. Last over of the power play.
Wait!
Mistake this time from Maxwell.
Off stump, yeah. Off stump. 5 go.
Again, bounce.
Get up. Just behind. Tight, nice though.
So accurate, isn't he? Metronomic accuracy. He's tried one short ball that Duckett pulled away for a boundary. Since then, he's just gone back to line and length.
It's what makes him one of the most sought-after bowlers in world cricket. So accurate, miserly, just builds pressure over periods of time. Relentless in his work.
Maxwell gets a hand on it.
We talked about the accuracy of the Australian bowlers, in particular Hazelwood to Phil Salt. Just probing away on a line and length, touch wider. Possibly comes straighter, given that he is bowling at the nursery end. But to Phil Salt, so effective.
Take a single. Power play is done. Just 8 overs today because of the rain. It is 35 for none in that power play.
Well, the first time 16 ODIs that Phil Salt has made it through power play 1. Has been with his partner. Has been challenging at times. Ball has beat the outside edge on numerous occasions. When they've chosen to be aggressive, it's come off. That was a shout, given not out on field. Umpire's call went sent upstairs. England finished the power play 35 without loss.
And out of the power play, we have the first change in the Aussie attack. Sean Abbott comes in, bowling from that pavilion end. And immediately, just a little let up in pressure. That's the width that Salt's been looking for.
Big scoring area of the ground, this for Phil Salt. The accuracy so far from Australia hasn't allowed him to access square on the offside. Just a loosener from Sean Abbott. Absolutely climbs into it.
Just past the diving Smith, back-to-back boundaries for Phil Salt.
Yeah, and it's the width yet again. Just square of the wicket. You get value for runs here at Lord's. Only one man to beat. Maxwell was previously there, now it's Steve Smith.
Needs to be tighter in his line, needs to target top of off. It's better.
Sorry, man, I was trying to run, then I decided not to. Next drinks and it's like halfway, or? Kind of cut it down. Maybe like 18.
Nipping it back down the slope, inside edge.
Jack back a fraction, yeah?
A bit of a lean time of it so far. This series for Phil Salt. 17 at Trent Bridge, Headingley 12, Durham a duck, 22 not out. Most balls he has faced as well. Feeling he's a platform for this batting lineup. Post a good score.
Oh, inside edge from Duckett. Goes fine. Will it go to the boundary? No, shouldn't do. I think Hazelwood's done well there.
Yeah, long way down for the big fella. Another inside edge. Just suggests that the ball moved slightly. Duckett looking to access the offside square of the wicket. Yeah, it does well. Saves 2.
Be a single up the hill in that direction. Good over for England, 12 from it, 47 for none. Revised playing conditions because of the rain. We had heavy overnight rain this morning. Tried to start and then it rained again. So 39 overs per side. Yeah, the power plays. 4 bowlers bowl 8, 1 bowler can bowl 7. Still will be Hazelwood. Just looking at those scores of Phil Salt. Owen, what would you do with Jos Buttler when he comes back in the side? Would you keep him with the gloves? And what number would you bat him?
Yeah, here I think good question, and a question that will continue to be asked for as long as Jos Buttler plays international cricket. The player, the quality of Buttler, trying to maximise his impact in the game is so important. The whole of his ODI career has found himself in at 4, 5 and 6. Yes! 4 more so when he's been promoted up the order after a good start. So you would say his best batting position at the moment is at 5. When you look at the England side at the moment, that's Jamie Smith's position. Now, Jos Buttler spoke to us during the T20 series about his plans for the future and with the gloves, and he confirmed that he is going to experiment captaining from mid-on and mid-off, or maybe even cover, but will not have the gloves for this next period of white ball cricket.
Again, height. Bit of bounce there.
So with Buttler not having the gloves, there's only 2 people within the team at the moment that can take the gloves. Jamie Smith, who currently has them, or Phil Salt at the top of the order. So the dynamic definitely changes. Whether to take a longer term view with Jamie Smith, and quality and power that Phil Salt can have at the top of the order, although Will Jackson, good form, could be promoted. Harry Brook could go to 3, Buttler possibly to 4, would certainly be an option.
Down the pitch and gone. I think it's Steve Smith. They've moved Maxwell out on the boundary and put Steve Smith in a backward point. Backward point has been in play and the Aussie fans wrapped up, but have enjoyed that wicket.
Yeah, they've been probing away. 9.4 overs now, slightly advancing. Fuller wider and picks out Marnus Labuschagne at point, and Australia have their first. It's Phil Salt for 22. England 48 for 1.
Will Jacks, who has 4 half-centuries in 10 one-day internationals. Excellent score up at Durham. Best 94 against Ireland. His best innings was a couple of days ago in that partnership with the England captain Harry Brook.
Just a little bit. Yeah, 2.
Well, good captaincy, giving Hazlewood one more, trying to keep one of your frontline bowlers on at all times. Stark had gone at the other end. Hazlewood stayed on. Go into the bat, but Jack's off the mark straight away. Well, I thought it was Smith. It was actually Labuschagne in that position at backward point. They've moved it around. It was Maxwell, then Smith, now Labuschagne. 3 very good fielders. That was a regulation chance to Labuschagne.
No run!
49 for 1.
Just have another look. Salt's dismissal. Advances down the wicket, does all the hard work. The ball very, very full. Actually doesn't need to create room to get it past point. Could have hit it straighter. Either side of cover, in the air, along the ground.
I think if anything, Phil Salt's bat face has almost opened up too much. Ricky spoke about the dismissal at Durham where he was early on the shot, but also slightly open bat face. That one open bat face, it's almost like he's opening up the offside too much at the moment. That should have gone through extra cover. He's losing control of that bat slightly. Yeah, he used to be very strong leg side, Phil Salt. For that last dismissal, he slightly changed, slightly opened up with that big back lift, and then there, just roll that on a fraction more. Bat face will open. That does bring backward point into play. But as Owen Morgan said in the previous over, that is his strength through square cover.
Yes. Hang over.
50 up for England. This platform laid. Just lost the 1 wicket. 39 over game. When will it be more aggressive? I'd imagine Will Jacks, new to the crease, will try and establish himself. Been in good form, played well at Durham.
Right on.
It is Smith that stands there to duck it when the left-hander's on strike. What do you think then? Because we debated the tempo of 50 over cricket, which they got spot on.
Yeah.
Just going to have to adjust here. 39 over game. Should they be going hard now?
I certainly don't think so. I think Lords has a different type feel to any format of a game. Importance, runs early, laying a platform, getting that ball a little bit deeper into the game.
Now, What about height this time and line? Did it pitch in line? Abbott is convinced. That's the man he has to convince. He does. They're going to have another look for Duckett.
You reckon higher or lower? He reckons lower.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field original decision is not out. Check the both feeds. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay. Can you go to the outrage, please? Gap between bat and the ball, flat line as the ball past the bat. No bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking. Pitch outside the leg. You can stay with the original decision, not out. Joel, you're on the screen.
Well, the length, the key
Make
there.
a
Back of a length, a right arm over the wicket bowler to a left-hander. If you're back of a length, probably outside the line it was. So they lose their review. They didn't lose the first one because it was umpire's call. Now you don't see that a lot from Duckett. It has to be full. It has to be a half volley for him to hit it down the ground. It was, and he did. 56 for 1.
Oh, Will Jacks, the Riverside in the previous ODI was brilliant. Came in 2 down early, steadied the ship. The tempo of batting in this format that has been lacking in this England side. Very, very impressive. Square of the wicket and down the ground.
Well, no Cameron Green for Australia today. He's been ruled out of the tour after scans up at Durham. First time in an ODI since the World Cup final. What an occasion that was. Marsh bowled a couple of overs against India in Ahmedabad. Brilliant night for Australia. And it comes out pretty well. He'll be pleased with that.
Just a hint of movement. First up from Marsh, a touch away from Jacks's outside edge. Some of the most effective bowlers. Big movement actually.
Oof, that moved a long way, leg break.
Some of the most effective bowlers, more recent history here at Lord's. Tim Murtagh, Colin de Grönholm in that final.
Yeah, good fielding. Yeah, the nibbly bowlers on here, Owen, as you will know.
Disaster to face, absolute disaster. No pace to work with, just holding the ball upright, hitting the seam, moving it around. So effective on this ground.
Smith just comes up a couple of yards. Colin de Grandhomme in that famous final here. 10 overs, 1 for 25. Got Joe Root out. Similar style and pace of bowler. Lacking pace, but huge amount of skill. Split field, so it looks like he wants to get him LBW playing around that pad as he's done a couple of times. Mid-off went wider. That's another that Duckett is just driven down the ground.
Yeah, driven well. I'd say it's the strongest side of his game, but again allows him to counter-punch to a plan that Australia are trying to execute.
Yeah, not sure about this field. Mid-off can't go wide. I know Duckett hits it wide, but if you're going to be bowling straight, the drive is going to go straight.
Right there.
63 for 1 after 12.
This game reduced to 39 overs aside. England have lost 1 wicket. That's Phil Salt, who was caught a backward point by Marnus Labuschagne off the impressive Hazelwood for 22. Ben Duckett has survived a couple of LBW shouts, hit a couple of sparkling drives. There's been a bit in it for Australia's seamers. Good afternoon, Sir Andrew. Sun just trying to peek through. A grim morning, that is for sure, here in North London. Good afternoon, Broady. We're just talking at the back of the commentary box. What is a good score with conditions and the amount of overs?
Yeah, really difficult to judge. I think it was 39 overs aside. I think it's very difficult to know exactly a good target. I think all the stats and information you've got pre-game in the 50 over format goes out the window, but the modern mindset of players is very much stay present, stay in the present, not look too far ahead.
Well, that's beautifully timed with a straight bat. That has flown away down the hill. Well, we know he's in nick after what he did the other day in Durham. That proves it.
It proves it's a decent pitch to time the ball on. That raced away down the Lord's Slope. I think the look on Will Jacks's face as he surprised himself how well he timed that through straight mid-wicket. He was looking to just push it for 2 in the big gap, but it raced away.
I reckon Mitch Marsh has got a decision to make here with Abbott. 2 overs and 4 balls. Gone for 24 at 9. Been going at 8 and over in the series, Abbott, without taking a wicket, so he hasn't found the form he was hoping for. They're not as strong in the seam department with the selections they've made. Cameron Green obviously with that back injury. No Hardy. Stark has bowled 4, Hazelwood 5, Abbott about to complete his 3rd, and the rarely seen Mitch Marsh, bowling in the middle that is, has just bowled that 1 over. Seen plenty of Mitch Marsh in the series bowling before play begins, but that's the first over he's bowled in this series. 14 overs for Marsh in his last 24 ODIs. No! 69 for 1. Come to England. Come and enjoy the cricket in England in September, you Australian fans. Bring polar exploring gear though. So just that slip in play. He's found some movement.
Yeah, it's this sort of pace that really suits this Lord's pitch. Mitch Marsh does move the ball. He's a swing bowler, swings the ball away from the right-handed batter. It would just be the consistency, having not bowled much in recent times, of how he hits the areas. But that's why he's kept a slip in place, because he does feel, bowling at the nursery end, he can move the ball down the slope and catch the edge of the right-hander.
Goes it that hard and it flies over the head of backward point. Comfortably back for a couple. What comes back first if you haven't bowled for a while? Is it your line or your length?
It's a consistency through the over, to be honest, or the spell. You can hit the line, you can hit the length, you feel great, and then just one ball and over you get wrong, and you're not quite sure why. Is it the stride pattern? Is it the front arm? You can bowl that and you feel great. Okay, I'll just go and repeat that. You try and repeat it. It's almost like your muscle memory is just not set in, and that's what bowling fitness is, match fitness is. You need to be able to deliver 6 balls and over for a spell where you want it to go. And yes, you're always going to make a couple of mistakes, but when you've not bowled for a long period of time, you make a mistake and over, particularly in this format, you can disappear.
That was a little too wide. Do you have more margin for error though if the ball is moving?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, gone are the days really of a lot of reverse swing with the 2 balls, the 2 new balls you get, but there's definitely some movement in this surface, potentially a bit in the air as well, so you definitely have more margin for error if it's moving a nice amount. If it's really swinging round corners, it can be difficult to control.
Gone. It's 2 now for Australia into the hands of Labuschagne at backward point. A big drive from Will Jacks. That movement away from Mitch Marsh has brought him and Australia rewards.
And it's a movement away that catches the outside half of Will Jacks' bat, going for a big drive, just slices it away. Marnus Labuschagne takes a good catch, a backward point. Never easy there with a full crowd in. Ball comes quick to you at backward point, and Mitch Marsh, stand-in captain, takes the wicket of Will Jacks for 10. England 71 for 2.
So England 2 down, 71 for 2 from 13 overs and 5 balls. Mitch Marsh has the breakthrough dismissal of Will Jacks for 10. So Harry Brook, centurion the other day in Durham, fully jumpered up. It's a chilly day in London. Very good the other evening, 110 not out. Could have, probably would have done, scored a few more had the rain not curtailed that game, with England well ahead under DLS. You won't care about that. England are still in the series, but this is a massive game. One more to go in Bristol on Sunday. Slip and a gully and swing, and Brook is away into extra cover. So 72 for 2. We've had 14.
Yeah, watch the movement through the air to Will Jacks, which makes him lose control of the shot. It was there to drive, pitched up, just moved away from him. Catch high on the outside part of his bat, and there was immediate frustration from Will Jacks, whacking that bat into his pad. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Bowling change at the pavilion end with Mitchell Starc coming in, aiming to bowl at the captain Harry Brook. They realise what a big wicket Harry Brook is, coming off the back of 100 at Durham. So they bring back their main strike bowler.
Well, we've seen some swing throughout the game so far. We've only had 14 overs, a lot from Mitch Marsh in just the 2 overs he's bowled. Cast your mind back to Leeds, and Mitchell Starc got a cracker to swing back into Harry Brook to have him LBW. So I reckon they're thinking more of the same. Not with that grip though. That's to go across and up the slope. Too easy. Eyes on the umpire. Bat or thigh pad? Bat. It's a bit of a gift on that occasion from Starc. This wasn't. That's a beauty. Play that.
Well, I think it's unplayable because the setup before was the ball going across, bowling the wobble seam, nipping across Harry Brook, and this came as a huge surprise, just swinging back into middle and leg.
Scampered single gets Brook out the firing line. Mitch Marsh has found some swing. Just have a look at this to Will Jacks. Swinging quite early out the hand, but movement nonetheless away and down the slope. That one went up and over point. That one he clothed. Still that movement, and then the wicket from the outside edge into the hands of Labuschagne. Effectively done through straight mid-wicket for Duckett. They'll think about 3 and actually comfortably come back for 3.
Yeah, it's worth noting, watching Mitchell start bowl here, you might be thinking, why is he not swinging it as much as Mitchell Marsh at the other end? But remember, we use a different ball from both ends, 2 white balls in this format. So Mitchell Marsh bowling the nursery end might have a ball that's swinging more. And Stark comes on at the pavilion end, and that ball isn't moving so much. So Stark doesn't get swing in the next 8 balls, maybe he might say, give me a go from the nursery end, because I know that ball is swinging.
Well, the first ball of this spell, he definitely didn't try and swing it back at Harry Brook because he'd canted the seam towards the slips. Let's have a look at this last delivery and how he's holding it in his hand. Canted it again, so at the moment he's not looking for big swing back into Harry Brook necessarily. It's to go across and up the slope. You tell me, Broady, that's not for swing, is it?
That's not for swing. He's trying to run that across Harry Brook and bring the outside edge in. Put the middle of the bat in.
81 for 2. But as you rightly say, we highlighted that dismissal up at Leeds, which was the real late swing from a full ball, but it was the previous deliveries as well. So perhaps that is part of the setup, not necessarily just swing in, swing in, swing in. He's set up, set up, set up, then the in swing.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've realised that it's Harry Brook's outside edge that is a bit of a weakness of his. And then we'll use the in-swinger as a real surprise. But if you had 6 balls to bowl at Harry Brook, it would be the outside edge you're targeting rather than bowling 6 balls swinging back at his stumps, because that will open up scoring areas for him, because his front foot plants straight down the stumps instead of getting to the pitch outside the off stump. So I must admit, I'm more worried Harry Brook against the lack of pace of Mitchell Marsh than Mitchell Stark.
Well, he's trying to put pace on that. Good use of the feet and beautiful timing. And that's sublime.
In a immediate attack mode as well, using his feet, not going to let Mitchell Marsh just run up and swing the ball away on length. Going to try and put him off that length. Kohli uses his feet here. I don't think Mitch Marsh would have got any cue really from Harry Brook coming at him, but it was enough for him to get to the length, get to that fuller swinging length, hit through straight mid-wicket.
Labuschagne again at backward point. Well, it's a little gloomy again here at Lord's. Sort of a bit further left is where the bad weather has been coming from. Pretty much over the top of that pylon and the replay screen. Looks okay. We often talk about the slope at Lord's probably too much, the way it affects bowlers' lines and batsmen's head position. What about field positions? You were talking to me about when mid-off is set here for Ben Duckett, with the movement that Marsh is getting back into him. He's got a leg slip in place.
Yeah, the movement will come back to Ben Duckett, and I feel like mid-off is very wide there. Yes, Duckett's not known for hitting straight down the ground, but because the ball's going to move down back towards Ben Duckett, it makes it easier to hit straighter. But that would be different from the other end where the ball's slanting down the slope. You can leave that straight gap because if Ben Duckett tries to hit you dead straight, it's quite likely it can bring that outside edge in with the angle. So you do have subtle changes bowling from both ends. Certainly the slips field closer up the slope than they do down the slope. Again, this might be stuff that only the home team would utilise rather than an away team that might play here once every couple of years.
Whipped away hard. What a shot from Harry Brook. Gracious me, brilliant hand-eye coordination. Up the hill for 4 in a flash.
It wasn't short from Mitch Marsh. He's trying to hit the top of the stumps, but Harry Brook, it's almost as if someone had told him exactly where that ball was going to be before it was bowled. He just picked his gap where he wanted to hit it. He looks in fine form. He's carried on that Durham rhythm down here in the capital.
Now he's scooping. Missing, given wide. Well, that amazing shot through straight mid-wicket has put Australia into a more defensive field with Smith now at mid-wicket. He's into the action. Does well at the second attempt. 92 for 2. So 92 for 2 after 16. Remember, this game has been reduced to 39 overs a side. Okay, with Harry Brook back on strike, let's have a look at how Mitchell Starc is gripping this white kookaburra. Will he try and swing one? No. There is movement around and certainly some swing. We've seen that from Mitchell Marsh. I wonder the odd bumper might be an option.
Yeah, my view is, I can say this now, I've stopped playing. Mitchell Starc underuses his bouncer. He's someone who doesn't tend to go to it for a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. He doesn't use his bouncer a huge amount. I think because he's so good at hitting the stumps with movement, he must like that feeling of bowling that length, but I do feel like he could use his bouncer more here.
If Duckett wants to take him on, if it is short, he's got a fielder out there on the fence in front of the grandstand, and he'd be hitting uphill into the wind. Not high enough. Or is it a strangle down the leg side? Well, he's been given. Let's keep an eye on Harry Brook. You would think he would review straight away if there was nothing involved, but he's having a chat with Ben Duckett. Maybe he's asking whether it's carried. Inglis is the keeper.
For
So
fair
this is an
catch.
umpire review to see if it was a fair catch.
TV umpire to director. Yeah. Umpire review for fair catch. I have checked the both feet. It's a fair delivery. You can go to the catch, please. Yeah. First you can go to the front on. Yeah. Can you go to the ultra edge, please? Yes. Okay. Okay, there's a spike as the ball past the bat. I'm satisfied. You can go to the catch, please. Nice and slow. Do you have another angle, please?
Umpire Dharmasena
Yeah.
is the TV umpire.
Do you have any
We're
angle?
not hearing him at the minute.
Yes. Okay.
But these
okay,
are the
show me
pictures
the other
he's
one.
seeing. You can tell what the crowd here at Lord's make of it.
Okay,
Off the
I can
face
see
of the
clearly
bat.
ball has grounded before
Bouncing,
the
Stuart.
ball
The face
catch.
of the bat,
Okay,
off
can
the
go
grass,
to
into the gloves.
the big screen,
Yeah,
please. I
that's
made
great
my
to see,
decision.
isn't it?
My decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
Sure,
my
we need to
decision
see
is not
another
out.
angle.
Repeat,
Really,
not
I
out.
think this is clearly not out.
Well, the Australian fielders aren't dispersing. The decision has been made by the TV umpire. Sorry we didn't hear him. Their point may be that the ball bounced off the fingers into the palms of the gloves, but it has been given a not out. That's what Harry Brook was questioning, not whether he'd hit it, whether it had carried.
In fairness, I think with gloves on, it's not that I've ever worn them particularly, but I think that's very difficult to know whether that's bounced or not. And you're athletically diving down the leg side to try and catch the ball.
Are you defending an Australian keeper at Lord's, are you now?
Well, there seems to be a bit of drama at England versus Australia at Lord's, doesn't there?
Well, let's hope we don't have any long room shenanigans. You would need one of those fingers on the left hand to have just been a bit more underneath the ball, but that looks like he scooped it. Crowd have just started to wake up. 97 for 2. Duckett is 40. Brook is not out 18. It's time for a drink. Well, after England's excellent performance in Durham, they were still in the series. 2-1 as the teams headed to Lord's. This game and then one more to go at Bristol to round off the series. Welcome to highlights from the home of cricket. Now, there was no changes for England. They were unchanged from Durham. There were 3 changes, though, for Australia. In came Travis Head, Josh Inglis to keep, Adam Zampa. Out went Short, Cameron Green, who's got a back injury, and Aaron Hardy. Australia eventually won a toss and they decided to field after a delay. So it was a 39 over a side game. Well, thankfully the sun is now out again here at Lord's. The floodlights are still on because the clouds keep rolling in, and England have made 97 for 2 after 17 overs. This game reduced to 39 overs a side. So Salt the first to go for 22, and then Will Jacks the last man to go for 10. Duckett is unbeaten on 40, continuing his good form. Some challenging conditions for England's 2 openers to deal with to start with because of that rain that delayed the start. As I say, Salt was the first to go, slicing one to Labuschagne. Jacks played a couple of crackers and then did something similar. Playing catcher at backward point. Harry Brook, though, has played some sparkling shots. That probably the best of the lot. And then we had this, a feather down the leg side, definitely hit by Brook. English, the keeper, playing the catch. That was overturned. It was an umpire review. Kumar Dharmasena in the third umpire's chair deciding that that one had hit the ground first before it went into the gloves. And we wondered how long it would take for Adam Zampa, who was a bit under the weather in Durham, to come into the attack here. Well, that time is now. Outstanding figures, and he's been so influential in the success that Australia have had of recent times in white ball cricket, and the stats absolutely back that up. Horribly missed by Mitchell Marsh in that game in Durham. Just needed Zampa to bowl those overs when Brook and Jacks were trying to get after the seamers, and of course he wasn't there. So like Rashid, Zampa an absolute kingpin for the side.
I agree, Wardy. I think Zampa holds the key to tying down this middle period, but England will be glad Ben Duckett's there and in on 40. Fine player and boundary hitter off spin.
Try and get 2, which they do, both very quick between the wickets. It's pretty evident when we were watching England play against Zampa in the ODIs preceding them, the T20s, that they were not going to let him settle, and that was something that Will Jacks said to Nasser on interview before play began today. We're going to try and be positive to him, not let him settle. Definitely worked in Trent Bridge, and then Zampa came back and showed just how good he is. How will England go here now?
Oh!
England's 100.
So 100 for 2. Second one coming in 42. The second 50 and 42. Showed some stats before play began to highlight the importance of Adam Zampa. If he weren't with us, these are those stats, and they are stark. Down the ground, has he got it over? Yes, he does. All the way for 6. Lovely strike from Duckett. They're not going to allow, if they can, Zampa to settle.
Yeah, good positive cricket from Ben Duckett. I know he's been working very hard on this as well. When we think about boundaries of Ben Duckett against spin, we think sweeps. He's been working on hitting down the ground, and he gets all of it, using his feet, getting to the pitch.
.50 for Duckett. His excellent form continues.
His 5th ODI 50. And he settled into this opening role in the 50 over team like he settled into the Test match team. Actually a runner ball 50, and he will be hoping to carry that on to get England up to a defendable total.
very good from England to put Zampa under pressure straight away. 12 runs from his first and the 18th, 109 for 2.
Just an indication from Ben Duckett. Not a lot of movement in the bowling change that's going to be made. Ben Duckett's played well. Started brilliantly at Trent Bridge, 95 from just 91. A start at Headingley. Just 8 at Durham, but a half century today. Still going. Very difficult batter to bowl at. Scores in unusual areas all around the ground. Marked improvement, particularly targeting straight. Off seam early on. Spin against Zampa. Sean Abbott is going to be back into the attack. Wicketless so far in this series. Touch expensive. Offered up a little bit of width in his first spell. From the same end. Afternoon, Ricky Ponting. What have you made of things during this period of play? Important for both sides, you would say.
Good afternoon. Owen, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, very important period. I think more so for Australia right now. England are playing really well. Australia won the toss, elected to bowl. We thought there'd be some helpful conditions for them, and there were early on, but they haven't probably taken the wickets or made the breakthroughs they would have hoped for. Zampa into the attack. They went after him straight away. And Ben Duckett, once again, as you were just highlighting, has been outstanding. I remember being asked before the first ODI game, did I like him at the top of the order? And absolutely I do, because what he has, like we saw today, he's got the technique to get through when the ball's moving around a little bit. His technique is different, it's unusual, but he's a test match opening batsman. He can get through those tight, tough situations like he had to today, but then you look up and he's 50 off 52 balls, so he's still scoring at a very, very good rate. So I think his game is perfectly suited to opening the batting in ODI cricket.
Short and wide. Only pick up 2, possibly deserved more. Something good touch has Ben Duckett. Like you mentioned, Ricky, very difficult to bowl at. Talk about him getting himself in at the top of the order. He doesn't necessarily do it in a traditional way, and that's what I really like about him. Comes out, sticks to his guns, sticks to his strengths in particular. That means playing at every delivery. So be it.
Yeah, he does. He sticks to his strengths, doesn't he? And he's particularly strong square of the wicket on the offside. And if you have a look what he does, he'll have a look at the bat face here. At no stage here is he thinking about trying to keep that down. He presents an open bat face to that. He's not going to try and go against the bounce of the ball and hit it down, bringing that catching man at backward point into the game. He's going over, knowing there's a big, 60, 70 metre gap between third man and point.
Oh, this will be tight. No, fumble. Labuschagne can't gather the ball. He'll be disappointed with that. Goes one-handed, I think. I think he had the time to collect the ball with both hands, still have an opportunity. Goes one-handed, goes straight through. Perhaps getting ahead of himself, thinking about throwing the stumps down before gathering the ball.
You can see the disappointment there too. He works so hard on his fielding, and fielding's all about making those little 1%ers like that.
19 overs gone, 114 for 2. Second half century this series. Talk about his strengths, Ricky Ponting. Square of the wicket. Touch straighter today, you would say, but that's down to the lines and lengths in which Australia have targeted him. But he has met them with a full face of the bat. This is an outstanding shot.
Yeah, it's a great package, that, and I think that proves why he's so hard to bowl to. You look at the bottom right of screen there, those straight drives. Once he starts hitting the ball down the ground, then the bowler's like, okay, where do I bowl? I can't bowl straight, he's going to drive me through mid-off. I get a little bit wider of that, and he's so strong square of the wicket. I get straight of that, and he's so strong through square leg. Talked about this being an important phase. It is for Australia now, and Zampa's the man. Talked a lot about his impact in white ball cricket, when he takes wickets, when he doesn't, when opposition teams play him well.
Yeah, I don't think that was an opportunity. Harry Brook advancing down the wicket. I think he's drilled it straight into the ground. That will hurt. Temperature has dropped here today. All being hit so hard. Straight back at you. Relatively new as well. Well, that is an excellent cricket shot. There are two men on the cover. Drive, one catching, one in the ring. And it's dissected them perfectly.
Yeah, it's a bad ball. It's a long half volley from Adam Zampa. And interestingly enough today already, we've seen the English batsmen look to use their feet at him. Look to get down and try and throw him off his length. It's not a huge turner of the ball, so as long as you run and keep the line of the ball within the line of your body, he shouldn't ever beat you on the outside of the bat.
Yeah, makes the correction, but the length allows Harry Brook to play a beautiful back foot punch and those back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and 50 partnership as well between these two. Coming in good time, just 35 balls. Harry Brook's read that situation perfectly, understanding that Zampa over-pitched the ball before. Just holding back a little bit in his crease, expecting the bowler to react on length. He did. Got the short ball, and the placement was there once again.
Yeah, quick time as well. 51 from 35 deliveries it was. Excellent contributions from both, but definitely a change in gear. Touch more flight. Brook goes straighter and picks out Labuschagne at long off. 20 overs gone, 123 for 2. Well, projected score for England, 240 at the current run rate. 8 and over takes them to 275, 10 to 313.
Yeah, and Zampa's bowled the 2 overs for 21 as well. I'm just looking through that bowling scorecard for the Australians. It might just be about the time for them to go back to Hazelwood. 1 for 14 off his 5 overs. Quite clearly looked like their best bowler. There was some movement on offer. They need to find a way to break this partnership. It's moments like these in one-day cricket. You can't just let the game drift on and hope that teams are going to make a mistake. You have to try and find a way as a captain to force a mistake. And so far it hasn't worked with Zampa. We've seen in the past that Marsh has been willing to take him out of the attack if he doesn't look dangerous early on.
On the ramp. And so effectively again, Ben Duckett continued his fine form, just manipulating things as and when he likes.
We talked about him being hard to bowl to. Put a shot like that in your repertoire as well, that Sean Abbott's thinking, okay, I can get Fullett off stump here and he's just going to punch me to mid-off for no run. Innovation at its best, something he's been working on. He talked about that in the Test series.
Duckett pushes hard but will only get one. Really has been excellent today. Just watch this replay here. His eyes all the way onto the bat, as if he has all the time in the world. That is a delivery of 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that's his wagon wheel for the innings so far today. And look at the scoring zones all around the ground. That 6, the long hit over, long on off Adam Zampa, driving straight down the ground from the fast bowlers. Should be 2 on this occasion. So the margin for error, when you've got batsmen that can score so freely around the ground, the margin for error for the bowlers is so small. And it puts pressure back on the bowlers as well. Bowler stands at the top of his mark, almost asking himself, okay, where do I bowl now? What ball is my best option here to try and get a dot or to try and get a single?
Yeah, that's why I like a call to get Josh Hazlewood back into the attack. You can talk about execution, but actually visually, when it's right in front of you, it's easier to follow then. So a couple of overs from him to finish out his work for the day might be a call. Short and in the air. Picks out the gap. Just a change of pace as well on that occasion. Playing a miss. 21 gone, 132 for 2. It's going to be a pause in play. Umpire's just checking the no ball. Legitimate.
It must have been tight. Pushed the front line a lot through this series, the Australians. Well, there's going to be a change in the bowling. It's going to be Glenn Maxwell that takes over from Adam Zampa. Just thinking to myself, between overs, it just looked like his line was a little bit wider today than it's normally been, especially to Harry Brook. He was operating with those 2 catches or 2 fieldsmen at cover. And I wonder if that just pushed his line a little bit wider. Normally when we associate Adam Zampa bowling to a right-hander, it's all about attacking the top of off stump and hitting the stumps more often than not. Today, just a little bit of width. When you offer up that sort of width to quality players like Harry Brook, he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, good point, Rick. 6th bowler used for Australia today, Glenn Maxwell. Should really like the end that he's bowling at. It will definitely be a wide.
Oh, nice spin.
Yeah, you find here at Lord's, Ricky, that over the years, bowlers have favoured ends to bowl. Say off spinners, particularly in white ball cricket, tend to bowl from the nursery end, leg spinners from the pavilion end, particularly to right-handed batters. So Zampa, a possible change of ends might work, bring the stumps back into play, correct his line, have left-handers hitting up the slope and right-handers hitting down. That discrepancy in line today, something you don't really see, because a feature and a strength of his bowling is that he keeps the stumps in play the whole time. Interesting field here to Duckett and Maxwell. The man out on the reverse sweep, man out on the cover drive. first couple of deliveries here, I've noticed a little bit of turn. Possible ball getting a touch older. Variation in pace in around 50 miles an hour. You'll have to bowl that again, Glenn.
Nice drift, Glenn.
He's picked the gap absolutely beautifully. 3 men a point. It's 4.
It's an overcorrection again. 2 straight the ball before, and 2 wide with this one. You cannot afford to get outside the line of the stumps. Long off and 3 inside the circle around that point region. Ball travels so quickly across the square here at Lords as well. You punch that in the gap, you'll get 4.
Call is 2 and they should get it. Oh, they'll get 4. Picks the gap beautifully. Nothing Sean Abbott nor Josh Hazlewood can do about it.
Maybe a lack of communication there between the 2 Australian fielders. Never really looked like Abbott was going to get to it, although he looked like he called Hazlewood out of it nice and early. Like the ball just kept getting away from him. It's right in the gap. Early call of 2, as you said. They've got the maximum of 4.
That'll take Harry Brook off strike, but an expensive start so far from Maxwell. I think the feeling is he's just eased his way into it. So if he's not expected to bowl, has been wayward. Dot ball in an expensive over. It goes for 13. England 145 for 2. Well, England unchanged today. Sign of confidence with the win up at Durham. Phil Salt got a start. Caught that point, but Marnus Labuschagne. The bowling of Josh Hazlewood and Will Jacks. Very similar dismissal from the Australian captain Mitchell Marsh. Good period of play at the moment for England. Partnership 74 from just 49 between Duckett and Brook. Going to see a change of ends from Adam Zampa.
Yeah, spot on your call, Owen. Trying to use that bit of slope, trying to target the stumps a little bit more. Help him with his most effective ball, which is normally the top spinner in the wrong end.
Oh, so that's nice.
And straight away, the line is better. That's the type of ball there that we're used to seeing from Zampa.
Catch it.
Short. Picks out the one man out on the leg side. It's Alex Carey. Just a change in field now for the left-handed Duckett. Worried about that reverse sweep. Mid-off has stayed up. Straight cover, square cover. 2 just going back on the ring. It's worried about Duckett accessing down the slope with a reverse sweep where he can target in front of square. Well, it's not the reverse sweep, but it is effective down the wicket again. Finds the gap. Brings up the 150 for England.
Yeah, good proactive batting again on this occasion from Duckett. Mid-off's up inside the circle. He uses his feet. Just a little bit of turn, but it just turns back into the middle of the bat. Found the gap between cover and mid-off. They are trying everything they can to put Zampa under as much pressure as possible.
Catch!
All down on the sweep. Is it straight to the man? Yes, it is. Sean Abbott takes a simple catch and Zampa makes the breakthrough.
The change of ends has paid dividends for Zampa. They've been very aggressive against him, and this time the top edge from Duckett. Looking for a slog sweep over square leg. It's the top edge of the bat. A little bit of extra bounce maybe from the leg spinner from Zampa. Simple catch for Sean Abbott in the deep, who's an outstanding outfielder. So the breakthrough that Australia needed comes from their experienced leg spinner. Duckett goes for an exceptional 63, 150 for 3 England.
The incoming batter, number 39, Gayle Smith.
James Smith in it, number 5 for England. Played well so far, 50 for 3. Change of ends from Adam Zampa has worked. Touch wayward to start with, but targeting the stumps very effectively. Smith very early in his ODI career, best of 49 at Headingley, played well.
Hands over. Nice, Marge. Oh, nice, will be.
Good over for Australia and Adam Zampa. England 150 for 3. Here is the dismissal of Ben Duckett. Traditional leg spinner. Square leg is up in the ring, so Duckett continuing to try and manipulate the field. Takes out the man perfectly. He was finer on this occasion. Big breakthrough for Australia, given the context of the game and how well England have played.
It was a strange one when you look at that, because it actually looked like it went exactly where he was trying to hit it. Maybe a little bit more elevation than he wanted, maybe looking for a slightly flatter shot over the man at square leg. So just the one over for Maxwell was an expensive one. Marsh brings himself back into the attack. Picked up a wicket of Will Jacks early on, caught it backward point.
Hazelwood just misfield with a dive. It's taking a huge divot out of the ground. Yeah, it's a big one. Marsh, who got the ball to swing around early on and nip off the seam, you would imagine will bowl a fuller length.
Played beautifully so far. Harry Brook moves on to 49, just 35 deliveries. Coming off his maiden day 100 and done just a few days ago. Talked pre-game as well, Morgan. You mentioned it at the end of that game about, as a captain, saying things is one thing, but actually going out and doing what you want your team to do is another. He led the way beautifully, and Durham has continued that on today.
Yeah, I think the one thing that impressed me, Ricky, was we know how quality of batter Harry Brook is and his potential for the future, that's never in doubt. But actually some of the decisions tactically and strategically that he made during that Durham game with the ball, inexperienced Jacob Bethel chopping and changing his field, just creating indecision when it wasn't there for Australia. Down the wicket and call through for a single. Smith off the mark.
And fans that are sitting at home watching this on television, they can't see the field. They'll be sitting back thinking, why on earth is he running down and trying to hit Mitchell Marsh straight back over his head early on? That was because of the field that was set. Mid on and mid off were up inside the circle. And you see that field change now. The set batsman comes on strike. Mid on will go back. 4 inside the ring on the offside, saving 1.
Yeah, and just an indication that Marsh continue to try and bowl as straight as possible to Harry Brook. Another change, no, just moving. Fine leg finer at the moment. Even if he doesn't bowl a short ball, just to put it in Harry Brook's mind. .50 for Harry Brook. The England captain follows up his century. A brilliant half century here at the home of cricket. England 156 for 3. Just his 4th 50. 19 matches to go with his maiden 100 up at the Riverside. Really is leading this team from the front. Enjoying his cricket. Enjoying the extra responsibility as captain. Does it in quick time as well. Just 37 deliveries.
What is it?
On the slog sweep, long on, can do nothing. All the way for 6, Jamie Smith. Just his 5th delivery that he's faced.
Well, this is obviously a deliberate ploy from England today to get after Zampa as much as they can. Just his 5th ball, slog sweep, high and handsome over, long on.
Or down.
Heard any bad language, we do apologise. This is Smith on the charge, really laying out what he wants to do immediately. Zampa acknowledging a good shot.
Break it open, ears up. Oh.
Flatter and quicker on this occasion. It's probably the way to go. Just target the top of the stumps. There isn't a lot of turn on offer for Zampa. I would say his most effective delivery would be his googly. Brings that more into effect by staying flatter. Same again. And another 6, the 2nd of the over from England. They are really on the charge here.
We talk about his fast hands a lot, Harry Brook, but it's fast feet on this occasion. Wasn't overly short. Pushes back, knows there's a big gap at mid-wicket. That's a maximum again. High quality batting. There he is deep in his crease. Looking to go aerial and does.
And Zampa under pressure. 1 for 39 in just his 4th over. Still 2 deliveries to go.
Downs up, nice moving.
Well, tactically, I think this is great batting. England know that Australia are a specialist bowler down today, so they're trying to take Zampa out of the attack, which means they've either got to keep going with Marsh or they've got to get Maxwell back into the attack, and that's what they want. Rather than sitting on their best bowler and trying to play him out, they're putting him under pressure and actually hitting him out of the attack.
Run him out, bowlers then, kid.
Ball is 2 from Smith and makes it quite easily. England playing well, 171 for 3.
Turning the rest with number 77, Sean Adam.
Bright sunshine here at Lord's, and England 171 for 3. Australia's coach, Andrew McDonald, after the last game in Durham, said Harry Brook's going to cause us a few headaches in the years to come, and after 100 up there, he's going well again. 59 from just 41 balls, and Jamie Smith trying to get going as well, as Sean Abbott grimaces into the sunshine and comes in to bowl. Not a quick pitch, is it, Stuart? Not for the first time we've seen the ball die on the way through to the keeper.
I think we'll see Sean Abbott change it up a lot in this over. He's gone for 38 already off his 5, but you'd say one of his strengths is constantly moving the seam around, bowling slower balls, changing his pace.
Smith going for that shot that is a trademark shot of his, really, that we've seen him on a couple of occasions. Once here in the Test match earlier this summer when he put the ball out of the ground, and he did so at Edgbaston as well. This time gets it near the bottom of the bat.
Abbott will be aware of his strength there. Surrey teammates, of course, so maybe that changing of pace into that length could bring about dismissal of Jamie Smith. It could just go straight up in the air, doesn't come out the pitch quite the same, but it's Harry Brook they'll desperately want out now.
It's beaten Inglis. It wasn't an easy take. It was A, down the leg side, B, another slower ball, so getting through to him on the second bounce.
Got the sense this was very close to the helmet. Straight off keeper Inglis, just over the helmet. That would have cost 5 runs. Wouldn't have made Sean Abbott smile.
Good relay fielding out in the deep. not far away from Inglis, diving away to his left. It was that slower ball, off-cutter ball into the surface again. And Inglis was sniffing an opportunity, but finishes the over with a boundary, 183 for 3.
It was a good short ball. I think a slower ball, short ball was into the pitch and got it high enough, and Harry Brook just had to check his shot as the ball came out the pitch slower. It was the off cutter, just caught the top edge. It was almost a fake dive. I don't think there was any opportunity to really catch it as the ball runs away for 4, but Sean Abbott has been costly today. He's gone for 50 off his 6. And Australia might need to make up some overs somewhere.
Nice job.
You're just chatting off air. You said you played in the very last game of professional 40 over cricket in this country. Of course, this is a 39 over game. What was it, the Friends Provident final 2013 that you played in?
Yeah, I think I only played one game. I really enjoyed the format, to be honest. It felt, for some reason, yes, it's 10 overs an innings, shorter than 50 over cricket, but it felt a lot shorter and felt like the batters went really hard all the time. There was none of that knocking around period. It sort of went from power play into aggressive hitting to death. So it was an enjoyable format.
Well, it was the staple really for a long, long time. The old Sunday League, which used to start at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Families had Sunday lunch and then would pop down for a game of professional cricket in the afternoon. It was a tremendous format. Punch firmly in front of square and for 4. Travis Head tried to get across, full stretch, couldn't prevent the boundary. It's good placement from Brook.
One for 3.
England set for a significant score on that projected table. Only 3 down. Brook well set on 70. Partnership 41. Australia possibly a seamer down in the absence of Cameron Green today, who has got back issues. So they're having to mix and match a bit. Marsh has bowled 4 overs. Maxwell's bowled 1, albeit an expensive one. And now Labuschagne bowled a lot in that opening game at Trent Bridge. He's going to come on and bowl some leg spin now. Starts with a filthy full toss that he gets away with. Should have gone to the boundary, only leaks 1.
Yeah, I wonder if Mitch Marsh just trying to cover overs here. 4 bowlers have to bowl 8 overs, 1 bowler can bowl 7. Sean Abbott's bowled 6 so far, but gone for 50, just not his day so far. He's not necessarily bowled poorly, but he's just finding ways to go to the boundary. So maybe Labuschagne are just trying to cover his 7 or 8 overs.
Smith goes down the ground and goes down the ground impressively. He's got big long levers, as Jamie Smith, 6'6", picks that bat up with real intent.
And certainly not going to let the part-time bowler settle in and find a length. Harry Brook, Jamie Smith would have decided that they know the Aussies are just trying to find an over here, just try and cover their bowlers, so take it on. A huge amount of turn in this pitch, so straight does seem quite a safe option, and also one of Jamie Smith's great strengths. But also the reverse sweep and the conventional sweep is on too.
Not a particularly good start this from Labuschagne. 2 full tosses in his first 3 balls and the 6 down the ground. That couple takes the partnership between these two to 50. Ball there, well bowled. Saw Smith coming, who was advancing again with real intent.
Oh, catch it. Yes, brilliant, mate.
End of the 28th, 201 for 3. .63 for Duckett today at just a little better than a runner ball. It's this partnership between Brook and Smith that's dangerous for Australia. 39 overs side, remember, so 11 overs left in this innings. And these two very well placed now to have a crack. Sean Abbott, who's been expensive today, none for 50 from 6, back from the pavilion end. Smith has picked that one up over the leg side. Abbott will bowl short and into the pitch with these off cutters. The boundaries at Lord's not that big square of the wicket.
When this in the air, I thought it might be a catchable chance. I think it's Alex Carey out there. It was just in off the boundaries, 3 or 4 yards in off the boundary. I wonder if he was on the boundary, that would have been a potential opportunity for a catch. Jamie Smith is going through the gears here.
Owen Morgan often makes the point that although we're right in the middle of the ground, this pitch is right centre pitch of the square at the moment. It feels a lot shorter hitting downhill. So that's hitting to the leg side as Brook and Smith are looking now, hitting away to the mound side, which is to the right of your screen as you're looking, and with the slope it just feels shorter than hitting the other way. So these two may very well take even that fielder on who is standing right on the boundary. Oh, runs here, overthrows, and Inglis immediately holds up his hand as if to say, my fault.
And smiles all round. We are checking for a run out. It has gone upstairs.
Can you rock back, please? Go back. Yeah, he has clearly grounded before the ball breaks the wickets and he is running. So I made my decision. Grounded before the ball breaks the wickets, lights up. So he is running. My decision is not out, repeat, not out.
Just got his heel down in time. As Stuart Broad mentioned in the previous over bowl by Sean Abbott that he's just found ways of going to the boundary today. And there's another. Just about to the corner of the ground where famously those overthrows went in the World Cup final of 2019, albeit off the bat and not the stumps on that occasion. Mighty close though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure James Smith would have known Inglis would have thrown the ball. Normally you get a shout from your partner. Maybe Harry Brook would have shouted your end. But it was quite sharp work from Inglis to throw it, although safely home. If he'd have been given out, we'd be saying poor running, lazy running. There's definitely an extra run there.
Just a reminder to get your bat in every time. .213 for 3.
Change bowling. Hold him over.
Hazelwood coming back from the nursery end, but I think Mitch Marsh is thinking this partnership needs breaking, and breaking now. Go to the bowler who's having the best day so far, 5 overs, just 14, picking up 1 wicket. If he lets his partnership keep growing, could do real damage. England already in a great position, 213 for 3. Average 50 over. Score here is 277, and this being a 39 over game. England well ahead of the pace.
Brilliantly done. Scoop fine and scoop for 4. And Harry Brook looks in one of those moods where it is just very difficult to stop him.
He's just picking his gaps. He knew fine leg was really wide, premeditated scoop. Wherever this ball was going to be, it was going exactly where Harry Brook wanted it to go. Superb batting. He's not reacting to what the bowler is doing. He's controlling the play at the moment.
Yeah, he obviously looked at the field, recognised that fine leg was in play. Just at the point that he realises he's going to play it, he then splits his grip on the bat and allows that bottom hand to do the work. Just there, you can see that the top hand and bottom hand separate. You see plenty of bat handle between both gloves, and that allows him just to lever the ball off that scoop shot. And a hard pull this time, because fine leg has gone finer now, because of the scoop that Harry Brook played. He hits a different shot. It's all about manoeuvring the field and having then enough options to take
in full control once again. Knows the gap between fine leg and deep square is big because of the first ball, the over where he scooped. Waiting for that sort of length to hit behind square. 14 runs away from 100 here at Lord's.
Fastest ODI 100 here at Lord's is 61 balls. Joss Buttler. So Harry Brook is 86 off 55. Feels like it's jagging in. That's what Harry Brook said to Jamie Smith, which generally is, I suppose, Hazelwood's modus operandi. Although bowling from this end, the nursery end, he's going to occasionally run one down the slope as well. Two, 3 for 3. More problems here for Australia. We call the over, but that was just a moment too soon because the third umpire has checked Hazlewood on the front line, called a no ball. Tight, but a good call, and now Hazlewood must bowl another, and it's a free hit.
Free hit, a change of batter. Jamie Smith took the one, so Harry Brook will be on strike. 87 or 56, so the field can change because the batter has changed. Imagine this to go into the surface with mid-on and mid-off up in the circle.
Oh my God!
Oh, it's an excellent Yorker, and it just tailed away from Harry Brook very late. So the free hit is not expensive, not costly. 224 for 3.
Did actually swing away from Harry Brook. You might have heard him. Pure surprise on the stump mic for missing it.
Back to bowl for Australia, number 88, Adam Zampa.
We wondered which way Mitch Marsh would go today, because Zampa's bowled 5 but been expensive. Maxwell and Labuschagne at 1 apiece, so he doesn't have to bowl any more spin if he doesn't want to, but Zampa's one of his key bowlers. Abbott expensive as well. He's gone through 7, so doesn't have to bowl again. Remember, 4 bowlers have got to bowl 8 overs and one's got to bowl 7.
Oh, easy, Craddock.
That intent makes me think England will try and keep going at Zampa. He's had an off day, gone for 50 off his 5.1. Wouldn't imagine England will just want to let him settle and have an over, keep putting him under pressure.
Catch it!
Oh, that is a really good catch. A really good catch, that, from Glenn Maxwell out in the deep. It was hit pretty hard by Harry Brook and flat. Maxwell had to come in from the boundary edge, and he took an excellent low catch.
Brook was trying to go straight up, trying to go straight over Zampa's head, but just tugged it, and Maxwell nearly overran that. but took a good low catch in the end. But that is a fine innings from Harry Brook. 87 off just 58 balls. England 2-2-5 for 4.
Tremendous applause for England's captain Harry Brook as he makes his way up the stairs and through the long room. Well, there'll be more applause for him, no doubt. Really was an excellent innings, but he left with a hint of disappointment, not far away from what would be second consecutive ODI 100 and a fast one. This was a terrific catch from Maxwell. As Stuart Broad said, he came in from the boundary edge but got too far to the right of the ball, almost overran it, had to slightly correct himself. And it made that into perhaps a more difficult catch than it was, but even so, he clung on really well. He's saying it swerved. But the way Brook hit it, you'd think it would swerve left to right rather than right to left. It was slice, not topspin, didn't it?
I wonder whether Glenn Maxwell's just trying to find a reason for why he overran it.
Liam Livingstone.
See if Glenn Maxwell's right. Did it swing to the right? Unsure, Glenn. But a good catch.
Well, it should just perhaps ease the pressure on Australia for a moment. Always the best way to slow that run rate, get a wicket, not just any old wicket either. Harry Brook, who was looking so dangerous, 87 from 58. Smith sweeps and manages to find that gap between deep mid-wicket and long on. Labuschagne doing excellent work in the deep. Think it's good. No doubt the third umpire will have a look again.
I think it's a superb bit of work. Gets the ball in the hands and gets it out of it before his feet hit the ground. Crucially, throws it back into the playing surface. Superb fielding. Saves 2.
Catch it. Nice
There's
kid
been
up.
a lot of good fielding in this over from Australia. The catch from Maxwell, the excellent stop from Carey on the back of that good work from Labuschagne. 232 for 4.
Superb example of cricket throughout that over. Really brilliant fielding. Wicket. Great shots. The ball coming out the middle of the bat. So quality of cricket has been high end between England and Australia. Then Maxwell comes into the attack from the nursery end.
8 overs remaining of this innings. England handily placed, 232 for 4.
Stop. Smudger.
England just ahead on win viz 53%, but always difficult to tell at this stage.
Catch.
Got that very straight. It's a good bit of placement.
Nice step.
Just see there's a bit of rain falling actually. Clouds are broken. It doesn't look too gloomy.
With Livingstone just coming to the crease ahead of Jacob Battle, I think he's got a bit of a free rein. I'm not concerned about that rain at the moment with the sky as it is, the blue sky.
Catch!
Oh, gets it past deep mid-wicket. Livingstone, who's a big hitter of the ball, didn't get hold of this, but you don't want to hit it in the air anywhere near Steve Smith, who's one of the best. Just couldn't quite get to it on this occasion.
Knowing Steve Smith, they'll class this as a chance. Came sprinting round to the right, charging in. Dived one-handed. I think he did get a hand to it.
Oh, he gets away with it somehow. Livingstone was looking to go much squarer on this occasion. He slips at the non-striker's end. It's a bit greasy underfoot, but well, he was lucky there to get away with it. Could have easily gone to Zampa at short third man.
Catch!
This one does go in the air and to hand. Hazelwood it is at backward point, and Jamie Smith's innings is over.
Yeah, bad time to lose another wicket for England. Harry Brook went in the previous over. And the in-batter now, Jamie Smith, has got to walk off. It was a good innings, but he just sliced this ball, looking to hit it hard out to the deep cover boundary. Just managed to slice it to Josh Hazelwood off Glenn Maxwell, and immediate disappointment on his face, but it was a good knock. Nice partnership between Jamie Smith and Harry Brook. Gone for 39, it's 2-4, 1 for 5.
Coming back to number 82, Jacob Battle.
241 for 5, England. Jacob Bethel arrives at the crease. It's been a really good innings so far from England. These two put on 90, didn't they, in that game at Cardiff, a T20 game against Australia. They want to finish this innings well. 7 overs to go, reduced game, 39 overs aside. Jamie Smith played well. Looked like every ball had to go. And all it did was go to the hands of Hazelwood at backward point.
He probably got the ball he was after too. It was short enough and it was wide enough. Unfortunately, just a thick outside edge. Carries to the safe hands of Hazelwood. Interesting little phase this now for England as well. You could see that Livingstone and Smith were willing to keep the foot down, willing to keep going, but now if they lose one more wicket here, they're into the tail. So maybe just for the next couple of overs, look for some ones and twos, work the gaps, wait for the bad ball to come.
Oh.
Bethel took on Zampa in that game at Cardiff I was talking about, but he was in when he did that. He's just arrived at the crease, just that one delivery so far. Australia will try and squeeze hard. 4 in the ring, squeeze hard, no easy single.
And that's what he did well there, actually, against Zampa and Cardiff. He used his feet well, tried to throw Zampa off his length. What that does in the bowler's mindset, as soon as you know the batsman's running at you, you tend to drag the length back a little bit, which is what the batsman's after here. He's after something that's dragged down, big gap, square of the wicket.
Oh, nice.
Tossed up wider from Zampa. This is good. 3 dots and a single so far. Dragged down, but doesn't get hold of it.
Yeah, that's the ball he was after, that drag down. He could hit hard right on square leg. He just mishit it inside half of the bat. And what does Livingstone do? He also likes to use his feet against spin. 1 ball left in the over.
Good from Zampa. 3 singles in that over. 244 for 5. Best over as far as runs go for Australia. Most economical since the 14th. Where does Mitch Marsh go with these last 6 overs, Ricky?
Well, he's going to stick with his off-spinner here in Maxwell, which is an eye-opener for me. Livingstone looked to take him on in the last over. He's got those short boundaries square of the wicket. He likes to walk across his stumps, does Livingstone, and trying to access that leg side. There he goes.
Well, it goes deep over mid-wicket, which is lucky for long on because he didn't see it at all. It is a gamble bowling off spin to Livingstone with that short boundary.
Yeah, the premeditated footwork. He gets that back foot over, outside, off stump, and he gets the ball right in his arc. That's what he's after. Full swing of the bat. Massive hit over mid-wicket.
Oh, Maxi.
Fires it in, Yorker. Right off the toe end of the bat.
It probably has to be Stark next over. You ask him where he's got to go. We'll see 4 bowlers can bowl the 8 overs. Stark's bowled 6. Hazelwood's bowled 6.
Good comeback since the 6.
Yes, man, you got him! You got him, man, you've got him, man!
1-2. Bethel can't get back.
Yeah, very quick across the ground is Marnus Labuschagne down there at long on. He was very wide. Boy, there was the call of 2 that was hit quite straight back down the ground from Livingstone.
Just a little bit that way. Yeah, that's like stuff. 2 to come.
Oh.
What they've tried to do to Bethel through this series, even in the T20s, they've tried to bowl a trajectory that pushes him back in his crease. He was bowled in his first T20 from Zampa, one that was probably a little bit too full to play back to.
So a good comeback. First ball went for 6 and then a couple of singles. 252 for 5. It's been very good from England. Completely different conditions when they lost that toss. There was rain in the air. The covers had been on all morning. Felt it would do a bit, and it did. Duckett in particular played really well. Some brilliance from Harry Brook. Some real brilliance. Back up his 100 a couple of days ago, 87 and just 58. Well, they're going to continue with spin. Harry Brook played really well. He can watch on, formulate his plans for the field.
Down, Zorb. Lovely, mate.
Feel that Bethel now
Great
thinks,
dot here,
right,
lad.
I've used
Great
up
dot
7
here.
deliveries just with 2 singles. You feel something's going to have to give now.
I actually like this move from Marsh to give Zampa his last over, especially when Bethel was on strike. Maybe if Livingstone was on strike, he may have looked somewhere else.
Nice, Zorby.
Another dot.
There's a good build up of pressure, just those couple of dots. He's 2 off 8 deliveries here, the young left-hander.
Very good,
I
Zorb.
think that
Very
2
good.
from 9. Nervy back twirl will come.
Now the 2 balls that Zampa should be thinking about bowling now are really slow and wide, googly, spinning away, or it's got to be pushed through flatter and faster.
Reverse, really good. And I reckon that's gone all the way. That's a way of releasing the pressure. Reverse sweep for 6.
The quality shot. Absolute class. It was about his average speed. Leg spinner out the front of the hand. And what a shot. Talk about the modern player being a 360-degree player. It's a reverse or switch hit at its best.
Nice, Zorb. Brilliant,
So
Zamp.
again, a good comeback after the 6. Zampa's done 8 overs, 2 for 66, 258 for 5.
Go to set aim warmer. Range your bowling. On and over.
Four overs to go. You'd think it would be Stark and Hazelwood, the 2 most experienced seam bowlers in this attack. England trying to get up to 300. 42 for that target in the last 4. Everyone out, leg side.
A good start from Hazelwood, good skill. It's a gutsy ball to bowl when you've got your mid-off up inside the circle. The execution's got to be spot on. And the length was perfect. I think there'll be a change in the field here with left-handed Bethel on strike. Perfect execution.
This is where Mitch Marsh just needs a bit of help. He does the T20 side, obviously doing the 50 over side with Pat Cummins being back in Australia. There's a lot of arm waving at the death. Left hand, right hand combination as well. Can be a nightmare towards the end. Not timed at all.
It's quite often what you'll see there. A new batsman, you talk about when a new batsman comes in, hit a nice hard length, make him hit the big shot to a good ball. And when you've got a more set player like Livingstone is right now, you'll tend to get it up in the block hole and think about just trying to give that batsman a single, get him off strike. He looks for length, Livingstone. He looks to be able to hit the ball hard to the leg side from the top of the stumps.
Yeah, it's something that Stuart Broad was saying at the back of the box. He feels maybe Australia haven't just stuck to that hard length with subtle variations in pace and let the Lord's pitch do the rest. as opposed to they've had a lot of variations, a lot of slower balls into the surface. That was in the slot. He went back in his crease so he could under the ball. And he has targeted deep mid-wicket again for another 6.
Yep, right in the slot. You could have asked him where he wanted it. He would have said right about there. Just tailing back into off stump. But right in the middle of the arc, and the bat swing finds the middle of the bat. Massive hit. Now, the reason the Aussies have gone this way with everyone out on the leg side is so far in the T20s and the ODIs, we've seen Livingstone play the lap sweep, so they're forced to keep their fine leg back.
Back in his crease again. Change of length this time from Hazlewood, given as a wide. Hazlewood cannot believe it.
And it's obviously called by the square leg umpire. The reason I say that about that fine leg being back, that means that Australia can't bowl too wide to Livingstone. They ideally would want to bowl out at the wide line with their third man back. But because he's been able to play that lap, they think they need the fine leg there.
We'll have a delay here. Yeah, a concussion test, slower ball bouncer from Hazlewood. Physio is running on all smiles from Liam Livingstone.
He normally favours the off cutter when he bowls that slow ball. In fact, that one was a leg cutter. It actually looked like it went the other way once it pitched. Leg cutter generally goes away from the outside edge of the right-hander.
Generally what seamers try and do is take it away from the bat. So with Bethel being on strike, Hazlewood might bowl the off cutter and the other way round to Livingstone. Questions are asked and answered. Check of the helmet, check of the player. We can go again.
Second one.
Yeah, the umpire's saying then that's the second bouncer for the over, second over the shoulder.
Has to be pitched up, and it was. At least not too short. 11 from that over. 2 to go. 3 to go. 269 for 5. Another good partnership. Australia haven't been able to get back-to-back wickets throughout this innings. Look at that. Contributions throughout. 48, 23, 79, 75, 16. This one's going 28 off 24.
Back into the attack at number 56, Mitchell Stark.
.31 from 3 if they do want to get up to that 300 mark. It's going to be Stark. Oh, that magnificent Yorker, didn't he, to Stokes on this ground, but from the other end. So you're going to have to watch out for that.
Square leg, interestingly, comes up inside the circle. So both of his straight men are back. Mid-off, mid-on, a back deep mid-wicket and a regulation fine leg. Third man remains up inside the circle. 4 inside the circle, saving 1.
Give himself room.
Quite often we'll see Mitchell Starc go around the wicket in situations like this with a right-hander on strike, try and angle back in towards the stumps. Chat now between Mitchell Marsh and Mitchell Starc, potentially talking about that angle.
This occasion, fine leg is up. Hazelwood, fine leg was back, so there is the option of the scoop if he wants. Both third man and fine leg are in the inner circle. That's a bigger hit, straight towards the pavilion, straight into the pavilion. Another 6 from Livingstone.
So strong, so powerful. You miss your length by inches and he'll make you pay. They're saying with the mic down that he had to be at the base of leg stump. You get this just outside off. It's exactly what he wants. He clears his left side beautifully. Huge hit over long off.
8 sixes now in this innings. Livingstone has 3 of them. He's hurt himself there.
It was the hand that he put that sharp catch down early on from Ben Duckett. Sharp return catch. Thumped into his right hand. Actually had a bit of tape and bandage around it earlier on in this innings. He's taken it off now. I mentioned the 8-6 has been hit here. 9 is the most it's ever been hit in a one-day international here at Lord's. And 7 of those were by Andrew Flintoff.
Bethel, slower ball bouncer, going through all his variations here after being hit for 6.
Yeah, it's a gutsy option too when you look at the field with long off sitting back and square leg up inside the circle. Really only one place that could have gone, that's straight over square leg, and the man's in the ring. A change of pace though, good variation. So important now you close this over out, just the 8 runs from it. As a bowler, you've got to be thinking now, okay, what ball can I bowl to limit the damage the most?
It's away with that one because it wasn't a Yorker. But Bethel takes the single, keeps the strike, 278 for 5. Last few overs have followed very similar patterns. There's been an early boundary, an early 6. And Australia have dragged it back. But still England pushing towards that 300 target they'd love. Hazelwood 1, Starc 1. That'll be the last 2 overs. Third man comes into the circle.
Well, he's got to be hitting the stumps now. If he thinks about going full, it's got to be straight. Mitchell Starc that comes in, comes very fine at short third man.
Tries the reverse scoop. There's an appeal from both keeper and bowler. They have one review left, and they're going to use it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. I have checked the feeds. It's fair delivery. You can go to front on. Nice and slow. Ultra edge, please. Okay, move forward. Move forward. Flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the on-field umpire. You can stay with your on-field decision, not out. You're on the screen, make your signal.
Didn't flick that glove.
Not out, but importantly for Australia, dot ball. I've got a feeling here that Australia will prefer Bethel to be on strike for the remainder of this innings.
And hence, should Livingstone now say, I'm taking the strike?
I think so. I think that'd be the right tactic for England, and that's not anything against Jacob Bethel. You've just got one guy that's striking at 170 and he's striking at 63. The bowlers seem to have a bigger margin for error to Bethel than they do to Livingstone. He's hit 3 sixes already in his innings, in his short stay of just 17 balls. And now fine leg does come up. You might see this now have to be wide outside the stumps.
It is. Good call, Ricky Ponting. Good execution from Hazlewood.
You'd almost say that that is a bluff of sorts. Normally when a bowler will look to bowl that ball, he'll have his third man back, but that is perfect execution. And what Livingstone has done as well, he's not even thought about the fact that they're potentially bowling there, because generally he'll go back and across outside off stump to try and access a ball like that, to hit it straight or drag it to the leg side.
Straight back past the bowler. Splits long on and long off. Excellent from Livingstone.
And he did move on that occasion. Hazlewood decided to go a fraction straighter. Once again, that was right in that arc. Hits the ball so hard. Big, strong man. Leaves nothing in the locker as far as that bat swing is concerned.
Almost hits his backside with the follow through. Doesn't hold back. There's no check drive to Liam Livingstone. Hazlewood quickly turns round to look at the umpire there on wide. It's fine.
First one over the shoulder. I was worried about line rather than height on that one. He's got to mix up his line though here. What we've seen that's worked for him in the over is that wide Yorker. That's tight as well. That's very close to being over the batsman's head, which would have been a wide.
Excellent, excellent over that. Hazlewood is done. 8 overs, 1 for 40. 1 over to go, 284 for 5. One over to go. England have gone well. They'd love a bit of impetus in these last 6 deliveries. Be interesting to see if Livingstone tries to take all 6 deliveries.
Fine legs up inside the circle, preferring to bowl with his mid on and mid off back. Livingstone standing a long way across his stumps. Back foot on off stump.
It's gone a long way up. Has it gone all the way? It usually does off the bat of Liam Livingstone. Another 6 for him, his 4th.
It's into the first tier. That's his biggest hit so far. Bottom hand came off the bat. But the fact he didn't even attempt to run, he knew straight away that he had plenty on that. So dangerous at the end, but it's right in the slot again. See why they wouldn't go around the wicket here to Livingstone and target the base of leg stump. Try and get in underneath that swing. Oh.
It shows why not all bowlers in the world go Yorkers straight away. Because the modern batter, if you miss it by 6 inches, it usually disappears. And that's what they've done. And the moment they've missed the Yorker, it's gone out the ground.
Well, one thing you'd say as well, if you're a bowling coach, you'd say don't change what's working. What we've seen so far in the last 5 overs in particular, the shorter balls with no pace on them of what's worked to Livingstone. If you get straight and you get full, that's exactly what he's after.
It's full, it's straight, it's 6 more.
Well, that's a new record in ODI cricket at Lords. That's a 10th 6. 5 of those coming off the bat of Livingstone, who rockets to 46 off just 24 balls. And the 50 partnership comes up in great time, 39 deliveries. Just to highlight the point again, why would you change what's worked?
Stark under pressure. You don't say that often, but he is. Full toss. And 6 more. 300 up for England. 50 for Liam Livingstone. He enjoyed going up the order in the T20s. He's enjoyed it down the order in the 50 overs. The fastest 50 at Lords in an ODI. Just 25 deliveries.
Superb striking. Brilliant striking from Livingstone. But once again, there's no change up from the Australian. Stark hasn't looked at changing his angle. It's persistent with that fuller length. And as you said, Nash, you missed by a few inches, you are gone. And everything once again stays exactly the same. Field the same. Does he attempt the Yorker or does he go with that slow ball bouncer that has worked?
Slow ball bouncer doesn't work this time. 6.666. Brilliant, brilliant from Livingstone.
It was the ball I was calling for and it got the treatment as well. That's also a long way back. This one's in the second tier. If anything, just not quite high enough. Anywhere around that sort of shoulder height is what the batsman's looking for. Insert early in the wind-up from Stark. You could see that that was going to be that off-cutter. Quality strike once again.
Wide, slapped, not for 6 but 4. What an innings from Liam Livingstone. Final over goes for 28. Outstanding from England. Good at the start, good in the middle, and Livingstone brilliant at the end.
Yeah, what a finish. Talk a lot about momentum in the shorter forms of the game. Well, England will go into this break with all the momentum. 71-run partnership, just 42 balls, and they posed a formidable 312 for 5 at the end of their 39 overs. Bethel remains 12 not out, just the 1-6 to him. Liam Livingstone, 7 sixes, 3 fours, 62 not out from just 27 deliveries.
They got that spot on, England, having lost what looked like an important toss, but batting first generally at Lords is the way to go in an ODI, and they batted first and did it really well. 22, 63 to Duckett, 87 to the skipper Harry Brook in just 58 deliveries. Smith played nicely, 39, but look at that innings from Liam Livingstone, 62 in just 27 deliveries, 312 on the board.
Well, all the bowlers were quite expensive with the exception of Hazelwood. I thought was outstanding today. Stark went for 28 off his last over to end up with none for 70 from 8. The most runs ever conceded in a one-day international here at Lords. Mitchell Marsh picked up a wicket. Zampa got some treatment early on as well. Fought back with 2 for 66 off his 8. Maxwell expensive, 1 for 30 from 3.
It's time to count down in 3, 2, 1.
Lovely evening here at the home of cricket. Going to be Potts with the new ball. Australia require 313 to win. They'll get away immediately. Definitely for a couple. Indeed. Good evening, Nasser Hussain.
Good evening, Owen. Good evening to everyone out there. This could be interesting. Australia are just going to go so hard. I think they're going to have the mentality of everything must go, especially Travis Head. That's how he bats anyway. But when the initial rate is above 8 and over, the power play needs to disappear. You can imagine these Aussies are coming out swinging and swinging hard.
Yeah, just on that, Nast, how aggressive do you think they have to be? Yes, there is quite a substantial total on the board. The rate required is 8 per over. Given how new balls generally can move around more so than the rest of the innings here at Lord's.
It's just that scoreboard pressure. When they've seen 312 posted in just 39. You're batting first, you may just see try and overcome the new ball as England did.
That'll be a wide. Yeah, it's actually, if you can get away like England did, I thought Australia actually lacked a lot of discipline and line and length. Stuart Broad already highlighted today how at Lord's normally your reward is staying as disciplined as possible, almost forcing the error, building dot balls, bowling the odd cutter, cross seam delivery. And again, just not quite finding his line.
Well, this is the end he bowls at when he's played his test matches here, and he's played a couple. Likes bowling at the nursery end. Started here on debut against New Zealand. Generally gets his line right from this nursery end. Just not so far.
Edge and then run away. Archer down at deep third. Australia add 2.
Yeah, Matthew Potts has played 4 of his 8 test matches here on this ground. Most of the bowling has been done from the end he's bowling at now. We think Jofra Archer would come from the pavilion end. That amazing spell he bowled in the Ashes here against Steve Smith, and Marnus Labuschagne was from that pavilion end.
Third wide. And interesting to see him bowl the first over as well. Normally, as captain, you probably want to start with your more experienced bowler. Settle into the game, just do simple things right, hit a line and length, challenge the batter's defence.
Could have a
shout. Marsh advancing down the wicket. Was he outside the line? Will Jacks just asking the question. Jamie Smith interested, as is Harry Brook, but time is running out.
I think Jacks thought that because Marsh came down the pitch, he may have just got the pad outside the line, and he flicked the pad coming down. Did he get that pad outside the line? Did nip back.
Yeah, I think it was just outside the line. Bit of indecision. Potts just saying pad first. Change of field and a change of angle for the left-handed Travis Head. Missed the previous game, was rested after his big 100. Excellent record. There it was, 154 not out.
Go run! Matthew Potts, just you could lip read him saying pad first, skip, and it actually hit the pad hard, but did it nip back far enough with Marsh advancing? Did it hit him in line? No is the answer, because he got down the pitch, tried to take the LBW out of the equation and just managed.
Yeah, hint of movement to end the first over. Australia up at the rate, 8 without loss.
Yeah, maybe Potts bowled the first over, because 39 overs, the last over will be bowled at the nursery end, and then you're hitting up the slope, presuming obviously that a right-hander will be on strike. So you always, as a captain, have to work out which end your last over will be bowled, protect the shorter hit.
Jofra Archer from his favoured pavilion end. Excellent record, look at that economy rate. Just a hint above 5 runs per over, best of 6 for 40. Playing in his first ODI since the 2019 World Cup final.
Yep, last time he bowled in this ground was a super over from the other end. Famous super over.
Well, different field he has set. Fine leg, deep square are out. Third in the ring, 2 slips. Well, into September. He's in the pavilion. Latest ever international game at Lord's. It's a little bit chilly. Oh, straight up, straight up. Who wants it? Nobody. Keeper didn't call. Jacks ended up diving, and it lands safe.
How has that hit the turf? It went up a long time. Smith turned slowly and lost bearings. Jacks looked at Smith and said, I'd better go. In the end, neither got there. Nowhere near the middle of the bat.
Oh, just fingertips, I think. Fingertips. Bowler not happy. It's normally a catch that the keeper would call immediately for. Say it's his. Man with the gloves on, take the responsibility. Archer round the wicket to Head. Flicked away and flicked away well. That brings up Head's first boundary and the first 6 of the Australian innings.
Yeah, that's the problem with Travis Head, is that he loves it wide, he loves 5th stump, so you have to go straighter to him, but he counters it with the flick. That bottom hand flick often goes the distance. It does on this occasion.
Well. Excellent beauty from Archer. Seen hints of this at Trent Bridge early to Travis Head. Archer just hitting a good length, maybe a touch short, but the movement is on point. That's the angle they want to try and create. 2 catches in place. That slip. Fuller, excellent length from Jofra Archer. Just enticing the drive. More movement yet again for England. Brand new ball, almost perfect seam. Missed everything.
Missed everything because it moved so far. Travis said he's in fine form and a fine player. He'd done well to nick that. Went like an off break.
No run, maybe. No.
Dot ball to finish the second over. 15 without loss. Leg buys. This will be, ball's just jagged back and races away for 4.
Yeah, but it is seaming, as England found out, Hazelwood with the new ball from this end. Seemed many a delivery past Phil Salt's outside edge. This one nipping back in, look at that. There's definitely sideways movement.
England will be encouraged. Plenty on offer. Consistently probe away at that off stump. Will create chances. Just there, that length. Just test Mitchell Marsh's defence. That ball didn't move, but if you can get it right, jag back, target the stumps, run on with the arm or down the slope, in those 2 slips, catching the outside edge. The earlier you can do that in somebody's innings, the better. Especially while these 2 new balls are fresh.
All he needs now is one to hold its line. Stop ball at the moment. It's been nipping back in, and that's what's done for Potts. He's straight down the leg side. But generally from this nursery end, will go the other way. Just hold its line around about 4th stump.
Yeah, and exactly the same at Durham. Actually, Australia have done it the hard way. First time they've won the toss today, but previously Harry Brooks inserting them in the 2 previous games. England took chunks out of the top 3 and 4 batters in Durham. They fought hard, played well, built partnerships. Again, high and down the leg side, so nothing much going for it. Beauty from Potts. Australia 19 without loss. Well, a lot of rain around the last 24, 36 hours here pushed the start of play back and reduced the game to a 39 overs per side. Power play 1 to 8. Power play 2, 9 to 31, and the final power play 32 to 39.
And that's where you bowl. More than any player in the world, you have to get your line top of off. Again, that movement stays leg side of it. Head against seamers in ODIs. If you get that line right and that length, he strikes at 70. Slightly wider, slightly shorter, and he absolutely belts it. You'll always get a bit of a discrepancy, but it's huge with Travis Head.
No run!
Not elite analysis. If you're wide, you go for more runs, but with this lad on strike, more than anyone, you have to get it spot on.
You'd make a good bowling coach. And that's easy game. Top one bouncer and over as well.
Yeah, top of off. How many meetings have we had where you say top of off? It applies to this lad on strike.
Wasted most of the time, the meetings. A lot of coaches feel necessary. The gist of the batters meeting, score runs as quick as you can, but don't get out. Oh, more movement again, Archer. Interested. Jack's just indicating. Going down the leg side. Bowling from the pavilion end. Just need to target and use the angle. Outside off stump. Naturally, Jofra Archer gets the ball to move into the right-hander. Yeah, just going down the leg side. Well, straight down the ground. It's a good length. The nick that Head is in. Manages to manoeuvre it for his second boundary.
Yeah, not a lot wrong with that delivery. We just showed you the rough area you got to bowl. That wouldn't have been that far away from it. Sometimes you just got to say, he took a risk, hit it on the up. I'll bowl my best ball again. Leaning back through the kitchen sink at it. Not a lot wrong with the delivery. Just a batter that backs himself.
Another beauty from Archer. 4 overs gone, 25 without loss.
Well, as in England's innings, these two will do well to survive the power play because it is moving, probably moving too much. Watch this jag away. There's obviously the slope as well, but it is jagging around. Australia have to balance risk and reward here. England have plenty of runs for these conditions, but they still have to bowl well.
Sun just setting here, northwest London. There's a picture. There is that balance you talk about, Nas. When to target, when to not.
I thought Mitch Marsh, after he missed this, just getting his back foot in as it went through to the wicket-keeper. He just played the shot and he thought about holding the pose, but he just thought at that end, batting at that end in an England-Australia game, get back in.
Oi. Well, Australia thought they were playing one hand, one bounce for the majority of the first innings. Pulled away and all the way for 6. That is a wonderful shot from Mitchell Marsh.
Raining sixes at Lord's, the record for the most in an ODI now. And if you ask Mitch Marsh what is your favourite shot, it will be this one. Back of a length. Just pulled away, flat 6, the moment it left the bat.
Just through the shot. Some badges by the end of this series. He has been struck quite a lot in the midriff. His favourite shots, the pull shot. It's just taking off a little bit. On the back shoulder, rib, I think. Edged away, but safe for Marsh. He'll come back for 2. He's played well. The ball's been moving around. He's thinking about how to try and counter it. Down the wicket, looks for the cover drive, but the point of it is to try and get Potts to drag his length back. It wasn't that short, but even the mindset in trying to attack, both off the front foot, then counter punch off the back, is a smart one.
No! He's undoing that shot. He does play it really well. Potts got Marsh out at Trent Bridge with a very similar delivery, back of a length. He did exactly the same there. He came down the pitch and Potts just dragged the ball and the length back next ball. And his hand just came off the bat. Cast was the man in the deep, took the catch.
Yeah, just finding the balance. Down the wicket again. Thought I heard a noise. Ball just jagging back. 5 done, 33 for no loss.
A good take. As it moved a long way again.
Australia 33 without loss. England at the same stage, 17 without loss. So a measured start comparatively.
Just wonder if they can go a fraction fuller. It's doing so much. By the time it gets to the bat, it's 2 inches wide of it. Maybe be brave. Be brave in that slip cordon as well, because he's flashing so hard. It's going to come quickly. Cold night. Cold fingers. A batter that's absolutely throwing everything at it.
Yeah, slips have just gone wider as well. Duckett is at a 3rd. Jack's at 1.5. Good running. Excellent running. Where that Salt possibly on his heels. Travis Head comes through for a single. Plays such an important part. Rotating strike. Having an advantage of having a right left-hand combination at the top of the order. Forces Archer. Changes line and length. Come back over the wicket to the right-handed Marsh. Hit away nicely over backward point. Powerful again from Marsh.
A really strong shot, good shot. No intention of keeping it down at all. It's a good bounce here today. Lords, and he just said up and over.
Good pace this from Jofra Archer. 4 deliveries so far, around the late 80s, but the last two, 91 and 93 miles per hour. Good signs. Coming back to full fitness. Well dug out. Perfect Yorker. Marsh comes through for another single.
These are the real light ones now. You just told me about him, so be careful.
Full and a misfield. I think it was Bride and Carse. Just in forward square leg. Across England to Australia have started well. 41 without loss.
Change your bowling. Still right arm over.
Australia require 313 to clinch this series with one match to spare. England played well. Set a formidable target, but Australia have laid a platform. First change, Bride and Carse from the nursery end. Starts well. Good afternoon, Ricky Ponting.
Yeah, good evening, Owen. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, good, bright, positive start for Australia. Still plenty on offer, though, with these newish balls. A bit of seam movement. I actually thought Carse was the pick of the bowlers up in Durham. I thought his lines and lengths were outstanding. He held a really good line, in particular to the right-handers. England remain on the attack. There's still 2 slips catches there. In fact, as I say that, second slip will be coming out to a mid-wicket.
Chancing his arm as ever. Travis Head, the ball has been darting around. Australia have got a heavy run rate to contend with, so all expectations were that Australia would come out all guns blazing. No better man to do that than Travis Head.
Yeah, I think both these opening batsmen have got that really positive mindset and intent. Looking to stay ahead in this run chase. England at the same time were none for 23. So the original start out rate today was 8.03. Australia already achieving 8.17 runs per over.
Sorry, Mitch.
Forced to offer an apology for young Travis Head, who let out an expletive. So on his behalf, I apologise.
We've had a few this series, haven't we? Might have to put some
What's
tape.
the count? Aussies to English.
Oh. Actually, poor old Broady's the one that's had to apologise more than anyone. It's almost every time he's in the seat, he's got to apologise.
That's where he's trying to hit the previous ball. He gets this one away, giving himself room, leaning back to smash that over cover. No apology required on this occasion.
No, that's right out of the middle of the bat. You can't bowl that line. He's bowling around the wicket to try and angle the ball back in over the top of sort of middle stump. When that sort of width is on offer is when Travis Head is at his most dangerous. Clears that right side of his body out incredibly well, which gives him so much freedom and power through that offside.
Oh, wow. There's no half measures here from Travis Head. That is an enormous blow to the leg side. That's as big a six as we've seen hit today.
Might have landed on the roof and is now out of the ground. Made an unbelievable sound off the bat. Back in position nice and early, expecting the bowler to drag his length back after the ball before. Massive.
Problems for Brook and for Bryden Carse as we wait another ball to be picked by the umpires. We saw Jamie Smith hit one that way onto the road behind the Mound stand earlier in the summer. Travis enjoyed that one.
He'll enjoy it all right, don't worry. That'll be the talk around the change rooms tonight.
Who hits the biggest ball in the Australian dressing room? Mitchell Marsh?
Actually, looking at their current lineup, Travis probably hits it as far and as hard as anybody. I mean, Mitch, we know, yes, powerful strike. We've seen some of those pull shots from him so far in this one-day tournament. But I reckon if you've got a measure on that one's going to be the biggest of this series so far. Pressure back on Carse.
Ends the seventh, 60 for none.
Yeah, thick inside edge on that occasion from the Australian left-hander. See that technique, it's so bizarre, so strange how inside the line of the ball that he stays. He actually withdraws his front foot out of the line of the ball to create a bit more access to hit through that offside and down the ground. The change of ends now for Potts. For 16 off his first 3 overs. Probably guilty of not quite getting his line right. Plenty on offer with the brand new ball. Maybe bowled a fraction straight to Mitchell Marsh. Now he's got his chance, bringing the ball back into the right-hander down the slope. So England a lot more on the defensive now than they were. They've been attacking. They've had 2 slips for most of this Australian batting innings. Now defensive field, 4 in the ring on the offside. Regulation third man, deep square. No slips.
Does bring it back down the hill. I suspect Marsh got outside the line of the stumps. Hit him on the back leg, but it's where it hit him that's the key here.
Yeah, I think he's going to go back to his mark pretty quickly. Jacob Bethel actually picks this up and has a shot at the stumps at the bowler's end. I don't reckon it goes too far away from the bowler in his follow-through. Big shout for LBW. Wasn't that far away from him. Bethel actually put his hands on his head straight away. Potts around the wicket. We saw Archer use this slope particularly well to Travis Head. Got to be starting the ball down the line of middle stump.
That's about leg stump, and better there than outside off stump, I reckon, to Travis Head.
This was that LBW shout. Just advancing ever so slightly again, Mitchell Marsh. He does that a lot when he feels a bowler is looking to try and trap him in front. He just goes down the wicket a little bit to try and get himself in the impact outside the line of off.
Oh, no!
Saw one earlier, I think in Potts' second over maybe, that Marsh advanced down and it nipped back and hit him halfway up the front pad, but it was just showing to be hitting him outside the line of off stump. Actually quite bizarre considering what the new ball has done in both innings, that England were able to post the total that they did.
Terrific shot this. Absolutely fantastic, and the best of Mitchell Marsh, who is so strong down the ground.
One of his trademarks. You drop just a fraction short, he's onto it nice and quickly and hits a big pull shot over square leg. The bowler adjusts, gets it a little bit fuller, and he's got so much power back down the ground. It's not a half volley either by any stretch of the imagination. It's not right out of the middle of the bat. And it's another boundary for Australia and Mitchell Marsh.
Good combination, isn't it? They hit the ball in very different areas, a bit like Crawley and Duckett in the Test match side for England. Crawley strong down the ground off the front foot, pulls off a length, and then Duckett very strong square of the wicket, not dissimilar to Travis Head. And Mitchell Marsh providing different challenges to bowlers.
No!
Yeah, they're off to a flying start here, Australia. Already the highest power play by a visiting team here in a one-day international at Lords. 66 for none. End of the 8th over. Required rate now drops down under 8. They'll be doing all sorts of calculations out there, these two, working out what they need, trying to get that down as low as they can while these new balls are nice and hard.
No run.
66 for none from 8.
Well, there've been plenty on offer for the faster bowlers. Marsh got away with one early, probably should have been taken. Bit of confusion between Jacks and Jamie Smith. Just the second or third ball he faced. Travis said just helped himself to 6 over, deep square leg. I said there was movement there. Archer beat the outside edge on a couple of occasions. That's that length I'm talking about. Just a fraction short, and he's onto it in a flash. Now we see the best of Travis Head. That one there, the shot of the day. On the roof, out of the ground. So Australia get through the end of the 8 overs. Power play done. 66 for none.
Oh, he's great to watch, Travis Head. He's been in stellar form for the last 2 or 3 years. Made himself such an essential part of this Australian team. There's absolutely no half measures. He goes after the ball and looks to beat it.
So with the power play being complete, the extra fielders go out on the fence. Deep point and deep square go back. Regulation, fine leg and third man. Which means that their mid-on and mid-off stay up inside the circle. So Carter's got to just find a length. Be patient, find a length. We had Stuart Broad earlier talking about how he felt the Australians just never hit a consistent enough length. Challenging the top of the stumps, make batsmen play good shots from good balls. It'll be the same field in reverse for the Australian captain. I think in conditions like this, it's really important you don't get too carried away with trying to make the ball do too much. Hit a consistent area, let the wicket do the work for you.
Hit very hard. It's Phil Salt out there. He was quick across the ground and needed to be, even though he only had about 2 or 3 yards to his left to go.
This is hit very powerfully, catching height through the ring. Just the 2 bounces before it got to Salt at the deep point boundary.
To Travis Head, around about middle and leg, giving him no room to hit through the offside, forcing him to go leg side, and because he shows you his stumps, if he misses, you're in business.
Good bowling, good angle, good line. That's what it was, angling back into the top of the stumps. It's a little scrambled seam and hits halfway up leg. Looking to go big again to the leg side, Travis Head. He's brought undone that angle. Maybe back down the slope as well, just getting in under his bat swing. So the Australian danger man, Travis Head, goes for 34. Australia 68 for 1.
The incoming batter, number 49, Steve Smith.
Lukewarm reaction from the Lord's crowd to Steve Smith walking to the middle, and a reaction that he's got used to in England in the last couple of tours. Out in the middle he is, and work to do, chasing 313, a mammoth 313 in just 39 overs, remember, so not much time for Steve Smith to get settled. He's got to get on with things pretty much from the start.
I wonder if they might be saving their boos, this crowd, for a couple a little bit later in this Australian batting order.
Ooh, it's a beauty. I did think when that catch went down the leg side to Josh Inglis in the first innings, that was one of the louder boos that I've heard here at Lord's, although I didn't think Josh Inglis could do much about that. When you dive forward, it just sometimes you don't know.
I think going on his reaction as well, if he was unsure, he wouldn't have got up and appealed the way that he did. So he obviously thought that it went straight in.
Unusual shot from Smith, whose feet seemed to be stuck in concrete as he played that shot. 68 for 1. Good over from Bryden Cass.
Well, if you want a blueprint of how to bowl to Travis Head, you've probably got it right here. It actually gets underneath the swing. You hear that term a lot in the T20 game about how do I get in underneath his swing and not allow him to free his arms. Now, the reason Travis Head keeps that right foot so far away from the line of the ball is to free his arms. That follows that front leg to a certain degree, and rather than being the top of off stump, it's 3/4 of the way up the top of leg stump. And I think the more and more that we see of a shortened game like this, you'll hear a lot more of T20 tactics. And quite often you'll hear now the best defensive line to bowl in T20 cricket is to be the top of leg stump. But that one again is crunched through the offside from Mitchell Marsh. Yeah, good challenge here, I think, for Steve Smith. He said that his feet weren't yet moving. There's enough on offer for the England seamers. I just wonder if they might think about bringing Archer back. Bring Archer back for a quick little burst.
He gets this one away and he gets a nice stride into the ball, so things starting to move now for Steve Smith.
Quality shot that. And all of a sudden his feet are moving. Get the weight transfer into the ball there. Back and across, he keeps that front foot nice and stationary until he finds the line that he wants to move it to. And then the move that I like is that heel planted first, up onto the toe, which allows you to bend your front knee through the line.
All batters tinker with their technique to some degrees, greater or lesser degree. Have you seen a top player? Steve Smith is one of the top players, obviously. Change his technique so significantly from start. I mean, he's almost back to where he was now when he started his Test career, but in the middle phase, actually, when he's probably at his best, he had that very dramatic move back and across.
It was the change in his career, really, wasn't it? You saw him when he first came onto the scene. Ashes tour in Australia, I think you guys are out, and was the first time you'd seen him. And I remember speaking with you and Nass, and it was like, is this the best you've got? Is this Smith the best you guys have got?
I know, I remember it. And then he turned out to be the best since Bradman. Shows what we know.
But it was a significant change, as you say. Back before that, when you made that call on him, he was very much bat on middle stump, stay nice and still. And he never really knew where his off stump was. He's always sort of fending for the ball outside off stump. So this back and across movement was to combat that. Almost take that sort of mode of dismissal out of play. Get yourself so far outside the line of off stump. Then if it's outside the line of my eyes, I don't need to play at the ball. I can let it go.
It begs the question, why has he changed again then?
I think of late he's actually been beaten on the inside of the bat a lot more. He's actually been hit on the pad, and he's been LBW a lot more in the last couple of years. Even thinking back to the last game in Durham, he's actually given out, wasn't he, LBW to one that nipped back, and then he made the change to stay still.
Inside edge, and Steve Smith is not waiting for the umpire's decision. Pot ran through, was celebrating, there was a huge noise, and challenging the inside edge, running the ball down the hill, does for Steve Smith.
Yeah, we've seen him do this a bit in this one-day series so far. Look to advance, look to drive the ball on the up. It's a big shot on a wicket like this that is doing so much. It is down the slope, as you say. Catches a faint nick. And as he does again, Potts, he gets the big wickets. It's the big players out. Steve Smith this time. He goes 75 for 2.
Stay ready. Do it again.
$75 for 2, Australia in 10. That required rate is a challenging one. It's over 8 and over for quite a long time, another 29 overs. Mitch Marsh, the captain, has got himself in, but he needs somebody to stay with him. Steve Smith didn't last long. Josh Inglis now.
Yeah, back into the side today, Inglis. Carey also holding his spot in the lineup. Been outstanding with the bat so far, Alex Carey, in this tournament. 74 and 77 in his 2 knocks. But Inglis was the incumbent before this series. Has played well. Came into that Australian World Cup winning team after one game. Well, Smith was on the charge, really trying to impose himself on this contest against Potts. And it was the seam movement that brought him undone. It's down the slope. It's what we're used to seeing here at Lord's. And on this occasion, it doesn't do too much. Does just enough to catch the inside edge. Massive wicket.
It's a long old boundary down there in the corner. That allows Inglis to get back for 2.
Just looking at this lineup and looking at the situation of the game here as well. Wicket seaming a lot. I wonder if Australia thought about maybe sending Labuschagne in a situation like this where they are ahead in this chase. The wicket is still doing something. Obviously, Marnus is a number 3 test match batsman that's used to going in early when the ball is nipping around. Whereas Inglis maybe not so much. Bats in the middle order for Western Australia in red ball cricket. And it's very rare these days that you stride out in a game situation anywhere in the world in one-day cricket or T20 cricket when the ball is seeming like it is here. It's lack of footwork again. It's maybe just in the back of his mind they're thinking about a short ball. Yeah, feet go nowhere. It's one thing to look down at the wicket and may have seemed away, but this wasn't fully committed on that occasion.
Going to be a wide. Ball pretty well. Bryden Carr showed good control, but wide on that occasion.
Just a little bit of swing out of the hand. It's Labuschagne, Carey, Maxwell, the next 3 to bat for Australia. Good records in the middle order there, that healthy averages, and they'll all have pretty good strike rates as well, I would imagine, to go with that.
Right there.
Yeah, well, look at Steve Smith. We talk about the slope and the seam movement here. Let's have a look where this would have gone if it didn't seam. There you go. It's hitting somewhere near the middle of the bat. That little bit of seam down the slope here at Lord's did just enough to get the faintest of nicks and was the undoing of Stephen Smith.
And that's the opposite challenge. Cast running one down the hill to beat the outside edge. 79 for 2.
Number 22, Jofra.
It's a beautiful sight, but it's pretty chilly out there. Very late in September. The latest ever international match here at Lord's. Here's Jofra Archer.
Yeah, well, it's a move I was calling for last over, but that was more about the Smith-Archer battle that I was looking forward to seeing. But they're on the attack. I like this from Harry Brook. England 1 for 56 at this same stage. Going in for the kill. He's got his pace up today too, Jofra Archer. That's 90 miles an hour, first ball of his spell. He got up to 94 miles an hour in the middle of his first spell. And what we know from Mitchell Marsh is generally the faster they bowl, the harder he'll go. with Archer's angle and he's moving back down the slope. He can't get too straight to Marsh.
Oh, bowled him. A beauty from Archer, who is tight into the stumps. He bowls stump to stump, but this has just held up a little bit up the slope and rocked back off stump.
And has that beat him on the outside or has it beat him on the inside? It's beat him on the outside. It's a Jofra. We're used to seeing the ball go down the slope. He's got that seam angling in towards fine leg. He's beaten all ends up. Clips the top of off stump. Back into the attack. On the attack. England pick up another one. It's a big one. Mitchell Marsh, the Australian captain, back in the shed. 80 for 3.
Coming back to number 33, Marnus Labuschagne.
Marnus Labuschagne, who once walked out in a test match here at Lord's to face Jofra Archer, and he came as a concussion substitute. Different situation today, but just as challenging given the situation Australia find themselves in. They're 80 for 3 now, that required rate almost at 8.5 runs and over, and Archer has just bowled an absolute cracker to get rid of the Australian captain Mitchell Marsh. Slip in place, Duckett moves into slip. If he can produce another one like that, good luck Marnus Labuschagne.
I'm just thinking it might be worth 2 slips, to be honest. They decided to go with the catching mid-wicket. We know Labuschagne, a bit like Smith, situations like this with this slope will probably look to get back and across and outside the line of off stump.
Well, if you cast your mind back about 5 years when he did replace Smith as a concussion substitute, he got one on the lid first ball and bounced back up.
Well, I'm more worried about this one, to be honest. This could have got him in that nasty spot just between the glove and the arm guard, just on the wrist. He looks in a bit of trouble here. In fact, it doesn't look like he's got his arm guard on. Normally he has one of those small little arm guards that's inside a wristband. He's got the long sleeve shirt on. Can't see any protection under there at all. Hopefully it's got him far enough up the forearm. Generally, the further up the forearm where the muscle comes into it a little bit more, less likely of breaking your wrist. Yeah, that's a long way up. In fact, it's almost up near the elbow.
It's an indication of why Archer is so challenging for a right-hander, though, because he's trying to sway inside the line there, but Archer is so tight to the stumps, and his natural ball is to jag it back at the right-hander, so you've just got nowhere to go.
Yeah, we've all been there as well. We've all had these nasty blows on the forearm. The one thing they'll be doing here is just trying to get some strength back through his grip. Top hand, obviously, that's where the majority of the force goes, through the handle. When you're picking up the bat, unless you're Steve Smith, he picks his bat up with his bottom hand. Generally get like a dead arm. They get that dead sort of feeling through your arm. You can see the way that he was sort of holding onto it. But physio's thumb going into the top part of the forearm there. That's not going to help too much either. Yeah, you're right. It looked like it just surprised him maybe with a lack of bounce and that movement back down the slope. He's got himself into a nasty position. Just looking at that there, doesn't look like it's anywhere near short enough to be thinking about rocking out of the way of. We talked about this ball that Mitchell Marsh got. Let's have a look just how good it was. He's close to the stumps. He's angling in. Without deviation, it's going on to hit the sort of top of middle and leg with the leg cutter up the slope. The angle of the seam actually helps that. It's caught the seam, left the outside edge, squares Marsh up, and it's way too good.
How many times in your career did you look back and think, well, I could have done absolutely nothing about that dismissal? It's very rare, isn't it? But that's probably one of them.
Yeah, I think it's very rare. Very rare at all. Any time where you actually think, oh, I could have just done something just a little bit better. Maybe got a bit further forward, maybe cover that movement a little bit more, but not with that one there. Almost 90 miles an hour. Seam movement, just too good.
Broad's just chirped up that he got you with one in 09 at the Oval that you could do absolutely nothing about. Well, he just got to compose himself for a moment, Marnus Labuschagne. That arm will be tingling or a bit numb. Got 2 balls to survive. The crowd are just giving Jofra Archer plenty of support here. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. Get through these 2 balls and just give himself a bit of breathing space. And get up the other end.
We can feel the change around the ground now. I think a lot of people have actually left the ground because how chilly it is out there, but you can feel the atmosphere's really changed, really behind England again now. They've got a bit of a sniff. The players, you can see, have got a sniff. Archer's running in, bowling quick. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Leg slip also for Inglis. So that mid-wicket region is left open. You try and trap him on the crease. You try and run something back down the slope.
Very good from Archer. 82 for 3.
What a lovely scene that is, if a tad cold. And Australia up against it on a pitch that is doing a bit, to say the least. Batters hopping around, sideways movement, pace on show. Got off to a flyer, as they often do, off the bat of Travis Head and Mitch Marsh. 68 for none, 82 for 3. The key here, Stuart. Don't change it. Don't change a thing if it's nibbling the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold length as much as you can. Yes, use your bouncer as an aggressive option, but let the Australian batters force the pace. If they want to use their feet, if they want to back away and try and carve you over backward point, let them do that, because the ball is doing enough. And keep the slip as long as you possibly can. Don't give a step and hit. Just hit the pitch hard. With such a large target, so many runs on the board, Australia can't afford to lose 6-7 overs just knocking it around at 3 or 4 and over. They need to keep the boundary count going. So yes, they'll have to try and build some sort of partnership, but they've lost 3 quick wickets, 3 for 12, and that's huge credit to the England bowlers. But they don't have too long to rebuild. Normally you do in 50 overs, but having lost 11 overs to the rain, they'll have to get a move on quite quickly.
Top edge, can fine leg get in? He can, it's Rashid, and he puts it down.
Yeah, big chance there, some really good bowling, using the aggressive bouncer, bringing the top edge of Marnus Labuschagne, who might not be in full control after that blow to the forearm, but that's a pretty simple chance to Adil Rashid. I think he actually misjudged it slightly, slowed down as the ball was in the air. Look at this level, you'd expect this to be caught 9 times out of 10. I wonder if it was a slight misjudgment, which can happen if it goes into a floodlight. But you see his footwork there, he just slows down and pauses himself, which meant he had to almost throw himself forward to catch it. Another couple of strong steps, get to the ball, let the legs do the work, and then it would have been a much simpler catch, but much easier from the commentary box.
Good from Cast, keeps the pressure on, 84 for 3. Given the conditions and the score they posted, 312 and 3 early wickets, Winvis rightly have England as firm favourites, 78 to 22%. Adil Rashid looks like he's just going off. He was looking down at his finger when he dropped that catch, and I reckon he's just cut the finger. He's going up for a bit of treatment. Two men out to Labuschagne and a leg slip.
Need to watch the energy in Jofra Archer's legs at the moment, really running in hard here. He knows the game's on the line, he gets another breakthrough, sprinting in. Pace is up, 91 miles an hour. He's got great memories of bowling at this ground. Expect a bouncer in this over, 4 balls to go. There will be a quick bouncer over leg stump.
There's the attempted bouncer. It didn't really get up. Do get that sometimes at Lords. It comes off at different paces, and that's what makes playing the short ball here hard. To go back to the Ashes Test match here, Australia bowled a lot of bouncers to England. They come off at slightly different paces.
That's a bit of a win for a bowler as well, though, because it's not classed as over shoulder height. You've attempted the bouncer, but it's not made it, so you've still got 2 in the locker.
He wided. Josh Inglis, just every time he says to himself, watch the ball. Any young batter out there, one last thought, watch the ball, watch the ball. That's all he can do every time, especially when it's 90+ mile an hour.
With Archer with his tail up, that's in the Aussie change room. You're almost thinking, see these last 2 balls out. He can't bowl all day. The amount of overs are reduced. It's probably get through 8. So coming up to finishing his 5th, you almost sort of say, let's see him off and try and take some other bowlers down.
absolutely. They can't afford to lose another one here, but obviously they can't afford to let the run rate climb. It's now just a tick under 9 and over required, and England have only used 3 bowlers. They'll have to go to their 4th pretty soon, and that might be a time to go again. Rashid off the field as well. We don't know which finger, maybe his spinning finger. So see this one out from Archer and then see what Harry Brook does. Excellent from Archer. 14 done, 89 for 3. May give Archer one more. He's just done a 3 and a 2.
Oh, sorry.
Scoop coming. Fine leg. Tries to get round. Rashid off the field. Looks like Jordan Cox as the sub. It is.
Yeah, it's good batting because Inglis knows that it's nipping from length, so you need to find a way to put the bowler off just consistently hitting length. So put a bit of doubt in their mind. I think he was originally thinking the reverse scoop, get it over the slip fielder, but was able to change the bat angle as the ball was coming down.
In the air and taken. He didn't see it. Will Jacks at extra cover, but he caught it. England have another.
Maybe a bit of inconsistency coming out the pitch, just mistimed from Inglis. Didn't get into the pitch of the ball at all. Cash just brought his length back slightly. Maybe not drivable. It lost all control. Jacks did well, reaching high, getting 2 hands to it. Captain Brook delighted. England keep taking wickets. Got their 4th. Inglis goes for 8, 91 for 4.
2 wickets now for Cass, 1 for Archer. Inglis not amused. Alex Carey, the new batter, comes in with a few boos ringing round. Last time he was on this ground, he had an eventful test match.
Get me round the wicket to you, Alex. That's the middle. Yeah, that's off.
Labuschagne goes and has a word with him. They're playing 2 wicket-keeper batters. One has left in Josh Inglis, and Alex Carey, who's been in good nick in this series, comes out at number 6. Slip in for the new batter. Straight away off the mark. Well, the Will Jacks catch, not sure if he didn't pick it up or he just didn't quite time his jump. His reaction was he didn't quite get it right, but he caught it. Just hanging back. Maybe he was expecting a short ball, hanging back, weight back, and then just hands. And once you just go with your hands, it has to go in the air. Gone, what a beauty. Top of off stump. Brilliant delivery. Labuschagne played all round it. He looks back. He's lost his off stump.
It looks similar to the Mitchell Marsh dismissal. Labuschagne needs dragging off. Really can't believe that his off stump is out the ground. And that's down to Bryden Cast into length. Seam up. An absolute beauty. I must tell you, it's hit the top of off stump, and that is right on it, and the celebrations start. England know that is an important wicket. Labuschagne short stay at the crease, comes to an end for 4. Australia 93 for 5.
Batter number 32, Glenn Maxwell.
Australia have lost 5 for 25 in 38 deliveries. Glenn Maxwell, who pulled them back from the brink in that famous game in Mumbai against Afghanistan in the World Cup from a similar position, albeit in hugely different conditions. Swing and a miss from Maxwell. 2 wickets in the over for Cast. 93 for 5.
You expect when you're bowling from the nursery end for the ball to move away. Perfect seam. Marnus just played inside it. Brings a big smile to Cast's face. He knows that's a good one. Someone like Marnus Labuschagne, who values his wickets so much, you know you've got to bowl good balls to get him out. I just wonder whether it's Australia's hope gone with Marnus. But as I said that, I look up and see Glenn Maxwell there with a high score of a double 100 not out to win his team the game in the World Cup against Afghanistan. And that's maybe why Jofra Archer still has the ball in his hand. England thinking one more wicket to kill this game off, but look at those last 7 overs. 5 wickets for 27, just superb bowling.
Yeah, Archer may have just been given the nod. We need one more. I'm going to bowl you one more. Break this partnership and we're into the bowlers. Bethel does well. Good athlete, Bethel. Well, Stuart Broad mentioned the rhythm of his run-up, and that is reflected in those speeds. Fastest. Did that carry?
It's brilliant bowling. Round the wicket, moving the ball down the slope. Has it carried? No. Didn't. I'm sure Jofra Archer is wondering whether Bender can get a little bit closer to make it carry, but didn't quite make it. It brings Glenn Maxwell on to strike. to a fired-up Jofra Archer.
Nicely timed. Rashid back on the field. Oh, he's swinging hard, he's hit that, yep, he's hit that. Maxwell was always going to swing hard. The right move to keep Archer on. He gets another, Maxwell goes.
Yeah, look at the celebrations from the England players and the England fans. They know how important that wicket is. They know the danger that Glenn Maxwell has. And Jofra Archer makes the breakthrough into length. And an inside edge, and Maxwell walks off as soon as he edged it. To Jofra Archer's great delight. Feels like that might be the game. Glenn Maxwell walks off for 2, 96 for 6.
So far, a very dominant position and performance from England. Having been inserted 312 for 5 in a reduced game of 39 overs. That felt above par. It certainly feels it now. 96 for 6. Australia were 68 for none, and then this happened. Travis Head trying to swing to leg off the bowling of Bryden Cast. Leg stump. Steve Smith charging. Inside edge gone. A couple of off stumps being knocked over. First Mitch Marsh, a beauty from Archer, and a catch at extra cover. Josh Inglis, and then the best delivery, top of off. Labuschagne gone. The latest wicket just before drinks. Swing to leg, nicked it through to Smith.
Yeah, I wonder whether Maxwell was expecting the ball to be a bit shorter to pull it away, and actually Archer held length. Premeditated pull shot or hook shot off the inside edge, and off he walked.
.96 for 6. Archer is smiling. No wonder. Bowled beautifully.
He could be half tempted to bowl Jofra Archer out here. Bowled 6. Is able to bowl 8. 2 more overs. 4 more overs of good bowling. 2 from Archer's end. This game could be over. I'm tempted to keep that going with the movement on offer while the ball's still new.
The only thinking is Archer, coming back from so many injuries. He's done 2 lots of 3. Any other player, any other situation, you'd go Archer again.
That's your middle. Coming over the wicket to you. Forward to come.
Should be a wide. Too high.
Last one.
The difficult scenarios to bat in these, you need nearly 10 and over, but you also want to show a bit of grit and fight and not just give it away and hoik it up in the air. So you need to try and get the balance right, that you keep busy, keep the scoreboard moving. With the realisation there's probably a ball out there that's going to get you out. The movement on offer, stumps are in play, the edge is in play, so you've got to be proactive to try and knock the bowlers off hitting good length, but also don't be too reckless.
Edged in the gap.
Good example of it definitely having moved more under the lights. I think there was movement there for the Australian bowlers, but there's been certainly the lights have come on and the sky has gone dark. There's been a bit of indifferent bounce and seen movement.
Short, pulled nicely. He's a man in form. And he's also a man that shows a lot of fight and character, Alex Carey. That's what Australia need right now. 100 up for Australia, 101 for 6. You shoot, not the runs. They're ahead at this stage. England were 97, Australia 101. Issue the wickets. And as we thought, and as Stuart Broad was calling for, Jofra Archer gets another one.
And he may as well bowl 2 now. There's no point leaving him to get cold and get warm again for 1 to finish. 10 degrees out there in the middle, so bowl is 2 to take him up to 8. Try and make some more breakthroughs and get his evening done. You wouldn't want Jofra Archer in a sweaty shirt getting cold and having to warm up, and just for 6 balls.
May get a short leg in. Hopping around here, Abbott. Could easily glove one up in the air. Would mean getting the shin pads and the helmet and everything out. Look like he's just got his little finger taped up there, which he doesn't really use to spin the ball. Toe end of the bat.
Sometimes a sign it's been beaten for pace when it catches the toe end of the bat, having to jar the bat down quickly. Always batting under lights, under the dark sky, can take a few balls to really feel like you can settle, particularly coming from the pavilion end where it's busy.
Yep. Carey in behind that. 18 overs done, 103 for 6.
Australia need 210 more. Fired rate is now at 10. It's been the seamers that have done the damage for England. One for Potts, a couple for Archer, who's really charged in. Looked like he had great rhythm, and excellent from Cast with 3 for 36. So Adil Rashid, who put down a catch in the deep, spent a period of time just going off and getting some treatment. Just looking at that hand. He's got the ball in his hand and he's ready to go, and it'll be very interesting to see how Carey and Abbott go about this period of play. A leg slip, a couple of men on the leg side, 3 in fact with long on. Deep point. Some spin. We've seen seam and spin. It's been very challenging conditions. How are you seeing this, punter?
Well, very one-way traffic. That's how I'm seeing it. Just had a guy pop in the back of the box too and sidle up beside me and say, "Hey, how do you reckon the Aussies are going here?" It's
You
pretty
were
obvious.
unbelievably polite.
I was. Well, I just said, mate, have a look at the scoreboard. You tell me, how do you reckon they're going? No, it's been hard work. They bowled beautifully, England. Cast, I think, has been the pick of the bowlers again. You talked about Archer in terrific rhythm, hitting the top of the stumps. I thought Cast was the pick of the bowlers in Durham as well, to be honest. Bowled well with the new ball up there, held a really good line and length. And they're on the attack here, England. Only the one man in the deep on the leg side. They've got a slip in place.
Beautifully bowled. A little bit slower and a big leg break. You reckon?
Well, I think this might be out.
He's supposed to go later.
It's going to be very, very close. Dragged his foot a long way out, did Sean Abbott.
Okay. Okay. Can you show me from the other side, please? Yeah. Okay, do you have the other angle as well? Yeah. Do you have anything else? I can see some part of behind the... Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Can you show me the one before? Yes. Yeah, I can see some part behind the popping trees at the time of the bales broken. I mean by decision. It's it.
That is so bad.
Well, England looked at the replays on the big screen and immediately came together thinking, right, that is out. No part of his foot is behind the line. Umpire Dharmasena, who's the third umpire, said he can see part of that foot behind the line. Well fielded at extra cover, didn't collect it cleanly. Abbott was sprawling about on the floor, but it was excellent from Harry Brook, the initial bit.
It's good cricket all round this from England. Great piece of fielding. Abbott was herring off. He thought he'd beat that cover fieldsman. We'll go back to that decision. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think I could see anything behind the line. Not sure I could be 100% certain anyway that there was something behind the line.
Well, it's the last ball of the 19th, so we'll come back to that. Rashid, though, has started nicely. Sweep to the leg side for a single. So 3 singles from the 19th, 106 for 6. Go on then, Rick. You're in the third umpire's chair.
Well, I mean, he's come back with the reply and the answer that as far as he was concerned, he was 100% certain that there was something behind the line. Not just on the line, but he's saying 100% certain there's something behind the line. I'm not sure there what you can see of Sean Abbott's boot, if you can say something is definitely grounded behind the line.
That's actually the one for me. Yeah, I have to beg to disagree, but who cares what I think. Third umpire's made his decision, and it's not out.
You've just got to look at the reaction, look on Abbott's face.
Oh, absolutely. Not only that, the England fielders saw it on the screen. They were piling him, but I agree with you. Abbott looked like, oh no, I'm gone. So Archer has been removed from the attack. 2 for 33 from 7. Punter's looking at that replay again on another monitor. You're not having any of it, are you?
And I'm an Aussie.
I know, that's what makes it more extraordinary. You've been kind to an Englishman who's just abused you coming in the commentary box, and now you're agreeing with us. So what do these two do now? You've got Adil Rashid at one end, you've got Potts charging in at the other. There's movement, there's spin, and the required rate is 10.5. Are you throwing caution to the wind? What do you do? Take it deep?
I heard Alan Morgan saying earlier about meetings and what bowlers talk about. Just hit the top of off and use the occasional bumper. You go to batters meetings, they talk about hitting 4s and 6s without getting out. Well, that's what Australia need to do right now. They're up to nearly 10.5 and over required, and they're 6 down. Carey's been in terrific form. The games that he's played, Sean Abbott hasn't done a lot of batting at all really for Australia right through his career, but he is more than capable with bat in hand.
To score at 10.5 without taking a risk. No problem. Fair to say I think England have found more movement with the seamers than Australia did, and that's probably down to conditions as much as anything. But perhaps that they've just been a bit more, I don't know, they've persevered more with just hitting that heavy length without changing the pace so much. Going to go fine. Rashid will cut that off and we'll come back for a couple.
And if you think about their entire attack, they're all actual seam bowlers, aren't they? Mitchell Starc, we know, is a pitch-up, swing the ball type bowler. Hazelwood looked the most and was the most effective of the Australian bowlers today because of the way that he bowls. Sean Abbott leaked a lot of runs. He wasn't anywhere near consistent enough when he first came into the attack. And obviously they go into this game with just the three frontline seamers and Mitchell Marsh, who hasn't bowled a lot of late at all. Cameron Green, obviously the missing piece out of that lineup, been ruled out of the rest of the tour with a back issue. I wonder if they thought the conditions might have been more helpful for them than they were. Won the toss, bowled, maybe expected that with the quality of the seamers that they had, that they might do a bit more damage early on. I said this morning that I was a little bit worried about actually bowling first. You look at the record here, the last 8 games, teams that have batted first have won 7 of those, and by big margins.
111 for 6. You're absolutely valid and correct in what you say about what the stats have said here at Lord's. It's just that, as I said to you earlier, we're playing it in winter. It's a very different time of year to be playing ODI cricket. Very cold out there now. And as Owen said when he was looking at conditions, you tend to look more up when you come to Lord's, predominantly in Test match cricket, but I could see the justification in bowling. I have to give credit to the likes of Brook, though. Harry Brook played it beautifully. Ben Duckett showed his qualities with the ball moving around early on as an opener. And then Livingstone.
We asked about how I thought these two would approach this situation. Now, Alex Carey, I think, will look at the deep mid-wicket area against Adil Rashid. He'll fancy that sort of slog sweep. They've got the conventional mid-wicket and one out at a sort of a deep forward square leg. So there's a gap of about 80 metres between long on and that fieldsman. I think Sean Abbott will find it a lot harder against the guile and the quality of Adil Rashid. Didn't appear that he picked him that well in the first over. The variations in the changes of pace and also the leg spinner and the wrong one.
There you go, spot on, Ricky. I think that Rashid can afford to be that bit fuller, that much fuller to Abbott. He's bowled that quicker as well. First delivery to Carey, 45, that one 50. And again, he's not really picking it out the hand.
Yeah, it's high quality. Talk about variations with the leg spin and the wrong one, but you've got to talk about variation in speed as well. He's been as low as 45 miles an hour in this over, up to 53 with that last delivery. And here's another replay of him not picking this. If you have a look where his front foot goes, you look at the line of his front foot, stepping outside leg, trying to hit that over mid-on, and it's a leg spinner spinning away.
There might be another tempter from Rashid. Will he go slower? Pushed in at the top of off stump. This is excellent from Adil Rashid. 1 from the 21st, 112 for 6, required rate above 11s. Well, at the moment, very much one-way traffic. England posting 312 for 5 from the 39 overs. Harry Brook nearly going back-to-back ODI hundreds to back up what he did at Durham the other day. He was dismissed for 87. Ben Duckett really played his part at the top of the order with 63. And then Liam Livingstone with 7 mighty sixes. He's missed that by a fair bit. Carey, that's a really good delivery from Potts.
Yeah, good angle, using the slope as well to his advantage here, looking to angle the ball back into the left-hander. He might have just caught the seam and gone away. Yeah, did. That's big movement, actually. The point you were making earlier about the time of year, and it's almost winter time, and the latest international game that's been played here at Lord's, it was going to be winter time in the second innings as well. It wasn't going to change from first innings to second innings. But like you said, you've got to give credit to the way that England went about their batting. Harry Brook in particular was outstanding. 87. Being very close to back-to-back hundreds for the stand-in English captain. Never let the Australian bowlers settle into any sort of rhythm. Very aggressive against Zampa when he first came into the attack. Almost hitting him out of the attack after 2 overs.
Oh, if he picked that up cleanly, Carey could have been really struggling. He almost ran on the shot and the situation of the game, but well, he might have been okay, but Jacks didn't pick it up cleanly. He was going away to his left hand, and he's a right-handed thrower, so he would have had to run round the ball a wee bit. So the required rate just under 11.5. .1 so far in this over. Powerfully hit, brilliantly fielded. Fantastic from Livingstone at mid-on.
A great piece of fielding. Only a couple of paces to his right. For the attempted Yorker there, Potts. It was firmly struck, as you said. Athletic, straight into the right hand. Thing I like about that as well as a fielder is he gets up into a good, strong throwing position, nice and early.
Oh, that's gone leg side. Actually, might not have got all of it, but he's got enough of it, and he has got all of it. Initially, I thought that was sailing in to the stand, but it's gone over by about a foot. Need a bit more of that, Australia.
Surprised me as well. I thought that was way up into the top of the stand. It made that big, loud crack because it was just a little bit low on the toe of the bat. You see what he's thinking here, can't you, Sean Abbott? He's thinking about trying to cash in against the quick so he doesn't get found out and having to score quickly against Rashid.
Flips leg side. Livingstone should and does take the simplest of catches. So he wasn't trying to hit it for 6. He was just trying to whip it leg side for 4. Australia need boundaries. Abbott has sought one and he's been dismissed.
Yeah, going after the quicks. He's had a feeling that he's going to try and get his runs at this end. The ball before a big 6 over mid-wicket. It was also low on the bat. You can see his lack of intent there to get his weight back into the ball. His weight's back off the ball. His head a long way from the ball. Catches the toe of the bat again. And Livingstone, who made a great save at mid-on in the start of the over, takes a simple catch running back. Abbott goes 119 for 7.
56, Mitchell Stark.
$119 for 7. And Mitchell Stark is the new batsman for the Aussies. Strides out to join Alex Carey with the side in an awful position. You need a further 194 from 102 balls. Abbott had hit Potts towards the mound stand for 6. Tried to repeat the dose, certainly getting it towards the boundary leg side, and it was a leading edge that Livingstone pouched comfortably.
Change of field now to Carey. That man at mid-wicket has come into a conventional slip, so slip and leg slip for the left-hander.
Well, England won't mind that.
Mitchell Stark. For 70 off his 8 overs today, 28 coming from his last over. He likes to try and get after the spinners as well. She likes to take the pace out of the ball, tempting that big hit down the ground. Pushes that one through just a little bit flatter. Might look to set Mitchell Stark up for the wrong one.
Where's he looking to score then, Stark? What's his area? Cow corner? Mid-on? He's got a full toss to get off the mark. In fact, it'll be a couple as Salt defends the boundary.
It's always a good sign for mine, Wardy, when you see how sharp a team is in the field. England have been terrific in the field tonight. Yes, they're in front of the game, and it's easy to do it when you're in front of the game, but they've done it right from the start. Salt patrolling that boundary at deep square leg. Slow, wide, wrong one. Went the other way.
He went flat leggy. I think it's long till it's coming, though. I agree with you. I think this one might be it.
Well, that's why I called it, because I know what Stark will be thinking. He'll be thinking of anything that's sort of slow and tossed up over his eye line. He's going to have a go at.
There was the tempter. Well, they've got to keep going. They've got to try and find the boundary, because they're not going to poke and prod their way to nearly 12 and over.
Smart captaincy this as well from Brook. He's taking the mid-wicket out, hoping to try and give Mitchell Stark a single off the last ball.
Doesn't take it. 3 from the over. Excellent again from Rashid. 122 for 7. So England making 312 for 5 from their 39. An outstanding innings from Harry Brook. Excellent from Ben Duckett. And brutal from Liam Livingstone.
It was some of the cleanest hitting you'll see. 7 sixes, most of those coming in the last couple of overs. 4 of those sixes, in fact, coming off the last over from Mitchell Stark. 62 not out from just 27 deliveries. Fastest one-day international 50 on this ground, eclipsing 26 balls, I think it was.
Maybe sliding. Maybe sliding. England might review, though. Potts, that's close. England have 2, and they're using them.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked the both feeds. It's fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay. Can you go to the ultra edge, please? Okay, flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to the ball tracking. Original decision is not out. Pitch outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. You can go to the on-field umpire. Joel, you have to change your decision. You're on the screen, make your call.
Well, both Ricky and I heard in our effects microphones one of the England fielders, maybe two, say that isn't high. So it was just whether it was sliding. It wasn't.
Yeah, it's just above the knee roll, isn't it? It's amazing how that call still plays out. Around the knee rolls, generally hitting the top of the stumps. That's just above the knee roll and catches the top of leg stump. So Potts angle from round the wicket to Carey strikes. Australia now 8 down. Hat-trick ball coming up with Adam Zampa coming to the crease.
Adam Zampa in at number 10. Arrives at the crease to face a hat-trick ball. Potts, along with Archer, Kars and Rashid, have been excellent. Brook again, a good day as captain. Sticking with his seamers for as long as possible. Best of 36 in 2021, can bat. Last hat-trick in a one-day international for England, Stephen Finn, back in 2015. Can Matthew Potts add his name to that list? Just for changing the field. Point now into second slip. 2 slips in. Hat-trick ball. Defended well. Evening, Nasser Hussain.
Evening, Owen. Yeah. Thoroughly dominant, brilliant performance from England. What a turnaround from 2-0 down in the series. They win the last game up at Durham. They've come in and continued that form. Bat, ball in the field. And that's against the side who had won 14 on the bounce before they lost at Durham as well. And they have a head back and Zampa back.
Short ball, Livingstone, and another simple catch. England have been absolutely outstanding here at Lord's.
Yeah, they've mixed up length and challenging the top of off with the odd short ball. That wasn't that short. But Zampa tried to pull it away and didn't get any timing, nowhere near the middle of the bat. Potts has 4, England have 9. And it looks like we're going to Bristol on Sunday 2-all.
All the wickets from the seamers. 3 for Kars, 2 for Archer. His best ODI figures, Matthew Potts, 4 for 38 so far. England have kept their plans relatively simple. Hit a good line and length. Will get reward. Really applied pressure, extracted any movement on offer. This pitch, a good Lord's pitch against a very strong Australian side. Feel as if last 2 games England have come on leaps and bounds. Very confident side. And look at the moment. Josh Hazlewood in at number 11. England require 1 wicket for victory. Again, Harry Brook ringing the fielding changes. More of a test match field, you would say, has been set. Potts round the wicket, 3 slips, a gully.
Just wobbled on Jamie Smith, who's had a good summer with the gloves in all formats. The fact we haven't spoken about Jamie Smith is a good sign, but this one just wobbled on him as it went past the stumps, and he just about got it.
Just follows Hazelwood. Hunting the honours board, Matthew Potts. 2 previous England bowlers in ODI cricket are on that honours board. Darren Gough and Reece Topley.
And he has 1 ball to do it, maximum of 8 overs today because of the rain and the reduced overs. So he's got this ball to get on that honours board in ODI cricket.
Wicket maiden to finish Potts' work for the day. He finishes with 4 for 38. Well bowled. Australia 1-2-2 for 9.
Didn't end up with 5 foot, but 4 excellent wickets. Steve Smith on the charge, inside edge to Jamie Smith. And it was just chipped to mid-on, running back. Easy catch for Liam Livingstone. Abbott goes. And then Carey, LBW, given not out on the field. They reviewed, and it was going into leg stump. Zampa just pulling it in the air to Livingstone again. 4 foot, all the seamers and Rashid excellent.
Knowledgeable crowd here, recognising how well he's bowled. Another full toss from Rashid. Just get the feeling he's trying to bait Mitchell Starc into a big shot. Field is up, straight, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket cover. Slow leg spinner, that's going to be a big wide. Duckett will give chase. Australia pick up 2.
Yeah, he's bowling slowly. 2 left-handers in, you'd think he'd bowl a lot of googlies as well.
Chipped into vacant area of the ground. Just varying his pace here, Adil Rashid. Continue to do so against Hazelwood. Try and entice the big shot again. Square leg now. Jogs into the ring. Gone. Adil Rashid picks up his 50th wicket against Australia in ODIs. And England's most experienced bowler wraps up this game beautifully. England win by 186 runs. And what a convincing win it is for Harry Brook and his men.